Good afternoon, racers and race fans, and welcome to an exciting night of racing here at Thunderhill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. We have a lot of great action planned for you folks tonight for the first of two nights for the Harvest Hustle here at Thunderhill Speedway. You heard that right, a two-night show. We have action going on for you guys this evening. We have action tomorrow as well. We're just doing some hot laps right this moment, so we still have a little bit of time until we get to our first green flag of the night. If you are just now walking into the area here at Thunderhill Speed, good evening, racers and race fans. And welcome back to an exciting night of racing here at Thunderhill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. We're just doing a hot lap right now, so you guys are just walking into the grand stands right now. No need to worry, you still have quite a bit of time before we get to our green flag racing action here at 7 p.m. That is when we will start things off for our first of two nights of shows here for the Harvest Hustle here at Thunderhill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. Our next round of hop laps have come to a close here as we're getting ready to start off the first night of the Harvest Hustle here at Thunderhill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. We've got lots of great racing action coming for you folks tonight. We have the rookie cage class out here, our Arbox class, junior wing class, intermediate wings, 125, 250 wings, Sportsman. We also have a couple classes out here we haven't had much of this season. We have our Pro Mod class out, our 500 Open class. We also have our non-wing A-class K&K Racing Micro Sprints out today, our Legends Direct Legend cars, and then we also have our Gopher Midget Racing Series Midgets coming out here tonight, all battling it out head-to-head for some great cash prizes on the track. The rookie cage racers still racing for their normal trophies, but then in the Arbox Junior Wing, Intermediate Wing, 125, 250 Wing, Sportsman, and our Pro Mod classes, they're all racing for $100 to win tonight. In our 500 Open class, they're racing for $150 to win. Our K&K Racing Micro Sprints, $200 to win. Legends Direct Legend Cars, $500 to win. And in that Gopher Midget Racing Series, as long as we have 6 cars out there tonight, they will be racing for $1,000 to win. We are still finalizing things over here, but we will have your guys' starting lineups all ready to go momentarily. Once again, first green flag is going to be at 7 o'clock. National Anthem will be starting at 6:55, and then we will have our opening ceremony start at 6:45. So you still have another 20 minutes or so to find your spot, grab something from the concession stand, run to the restroom, or, send your friends a link. We are live streaming tonight's events for free on MBTVsports.com, as we have been doing all season long. So feel free to send that link over to your friends and family who may not have been able to make it out here tonight for the first night of the Harvest Hustle here at Thunderhill Speedway in Menomonie, but they can stream the event for free online at MBTVsports.com or through the MBTV Sports Facebook or YouTube pages as well. So send that link out, and we will be back with some more hot laps here in just a few moments. Once again, if you are just walking into the grandstands right now, welcome to night number 1 of 2 of the Harvest Hustle here at Thunder Hill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. We're excited to have everyone out for our first big weekend show after the Wisconsin Dirt Track Championships that we had here a couple weeks ago. We have some nice money classes going on this evening. $100 to win in most of our classes, $150 to win in the 500 Open class, $200 to win in the K&K Racing Micro Sprint class, $500 to win in the Legends Direct Legend Cars class, and $1,000 to win in the Gopher Midget Racing Series here at Thunder Hill Speedway tonight. Lots of great racing action. We'll be coming at you guys here momentarily. We're just in some hot laps right now, so don't worry if you're just walking in. You haven't missed anything just yet. You still have time to grab a spot to sit down, grab some food from the concession stand, run to the restroom, and we will be at Green Flag Racing in half an hour at 7 o'clock on the dot. We will be doing the national anthem at 6:55 right beforehand. Opening ceremony starting in 15 minutes. So once again, you still have some time to find the spot that is best for you, and we will see you guys out there momentarily. Good evening, racers and race fans. For those just walking in right now, made the announcement a few times, but still want to let everyone know if you're just walking in, we are just in the middle of hot laps right now, so don't worry, you haven't missed anything quite yet. We still have about 25 minutes or so until our first green flag of the night. We'll be starting promptly at 7 p.m. this evening. National anthem a few minutes before that. Official opening ceremony starting in about 10 minutes here, so you still have some time if you're walking in. Make sure you find the spot that'll work for you tonight. Make sure you get a good seat because we have a lot of great action coming at you folks this evening. Everything from rookie cage, Arbox, and junior wing classes up to our Pro Mod carts, 500 open wings out here. Haven't seen them much this season, so excited to have them out on the track. All the way up to our K&K Racing Micro Sprint class, Legends Direct Legend cars, and our Gopher Midget Racing Series class over here this evening for night number 1 of the Harvest Hustle here at Thunder Hill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. Once again, you still have about 7 or 8 minutes till opening ceremonies start. Make sure you grab a spot that works best for you, hit up the concession stand, get some nice warm food, a nice cold tasty beverage to get you all set and ready to go for our first portion of tonight's races before we have our first green flag here at 7 p.m.
Attention to the pits. Qualifying will start with Arbox at exactly 7 o'clock. So Arbox, you should be in staging by about 6:55 so that we can roll down and get you ready. Couple of quick notes for qualifying. 1 person per vehicle will accompany up to the infield. For the racing, there is nobody allowed in the infield except for the classes that need pusher four-wheelers. Those, the 250s and the 500s, 1 four-wheeler, 1 person per cart may go in the infield. Other classes, nobody in the infield.
Well, Zach, what do you think is going to go on here tonight? Pretty excited about this.
We've got a lot of great racing action coming out. I'm excited to see, I'm especially excited to see the Pro Mod carts make their way out. Excited to see what the 500 open wings will bring. But I think we have some great classes hitting the track, and I'm really excited to see, what they're going to bring to night number 1 of the Harvest Hustle.
You don't get any better weather than what we got here tonight. This is absolutely amazing.
Oh my gosh, exactly. Absolutely beautiful out. You know, I'm actually announcing remotely this evening, but you know, if it's anything here like it is in Menomonie, you know, the weather is beautiful out today. Amazing, nice temperatures, nice sunny skies. You know, this is the perfect racing conditions, if you ask me.
Well, now you're going to be here tomorrow night, right? You're coming to be here in person tomorrow.
Exactly. I am chomping at the bit to be out there with you folks. You know, I love the facilities at Thunder Hill Speedway. Really excited to be on campus tomorrow, if you will. You know, get a nice look at the track. I'll be heading there bright and early so that I can see what the track conditions are like, and I am really excited for it because night number 2, I mean, tonight I'm excited about, don't get me wrong, but tomorrow I already know is going to be even better. $1,000 to win in a couple classes, nice big payouts. It will be a great second night here for the Harvest Hustle.
137 cars. 137 cars tonight. The parking lot's already filling up. We got combines as you drive in here. You should see them, Zach. I'm actually gonna take a picture. I'm gonna have Mark take a picture and send it to us. We'll put her on the broadcast. You gotta check this out.
Love to see it. That is exactly what we're excited for, you know, being able to bring out people from all around for some great racing action here on a beautiful Friday night.
We're about 17 minutes away from the first heat race if everything goes off the way it's planned. What time are we doing the national anthem, Zach?
We'll be starting National Anthem right around 6:55. You know, we'll do some opening ceremonies here in a little bit, kind of get everyone all set and ready to go. National Anthem at 6:55, so we can get right into our qualifying sessions at 7 o'clock on the dot.
Now, we are qualifying all of the cars here, correct?
I believe so, yes. I know we're not doing them for the rookie cage classes, but Arbox we have qualifying, junior wing qualifying, sportsman qualifying tonight, intermediate wing qualifying, 125-250 wing qualifying. We have pro mod kart qualifying. We also have 500 open wing qualifying, K&K Racing Micro Sprint qualifying, Legends Direct Legend Cars qualifying, and we'll round off the qualifying sessions with our Gopher Midget Racing Series, who's here tonight for their second to last night for the 2025 season. And, you know, once we get into that class, boy, oh boy, do we have some exciting close points battles. You know, we have a lot of great racing out there. I am really excited to see what the Gopher Midget Racing Series is going to bring to the track this evening.
It's been a lot of fun watching all of these classes roll through the course of the year. Obviously, you know, the midgets, you know, we got a long way to go with the midgets, but you know, for that to only be in their third year, pretty proud to have, you know, we have 11 cars in the area now, and you know, we are hearing all kinds of rumors that there's, you know, coming before next year. Obviously, you know, the midget series it's hard to start a series from nothing, and you know, there haven't been midgets in this area for my life. I'm 54, so. It's neat to see him here. I love the fact that we have multiple other go-kart tracks. I know Atwater over there in western Minnesota is talking about putting up some extra fencing and some guardrails to bring down in the micros out there next year. We're potentially. I know that there's another. Let's see here, Aiken County Speedway has also contacted the midgets and the micros, talking about doing some things up there, possibly. It's a little bit of a long shot because they need to do a little work on their fencing and stuff, but you know, with the midgets wanting to run on the smaller tracks like Thunder Hill and a lot of the go-kart tracks, I know Bill Johnson was down at Toner's Lake testing about a month ago, and it's just kind of neat because it's bringing another element of some extra classes for these go-kart tracks to run, perhaps even other nights of the week, potentially even start bringing some more revenue to those little tracks, and bring some, small style race, smaller track racing for these midgets, keep everybody safe, have a heck of a lot of fun, and I got to clean her up here a little bit. We're really excited about the direction all of these things are going.
I bet. I'm excited. I always love getting to see, the sport of racing growing, whether it be the midgets, any of the other classes. It is great to see, new tracks, bringing them in, growth in the area, because, like you said, it's been a long time since we've seen those out here in this region. So, excited to be watching it from the get-go and seeing the series build up year by year.
Look at those micros and those legends too. I mean, we got, I think there's 12. How many is there tonight? 12 legends?
Yeah, I believe so. Let's take a look at the entry list right here. In the Legends Direct Legend Cars class, we have got 12 entries tonight, which is that's quite a big class from what we're used to. I believe, don't quote me on this, but I think we've been sitting at around the 8 or so in the Legends Direct Legend Cars class week to week throughout the season. So, it's exciting to see that class almost double in size. And, the micro sprints, the KK Racing micro sprints, we always get a decent turnout from them, one of our bigger classes, but 21 entries tonight. So we have a lot in that class as well. We have 8 500 open wings, 7 pro mod karts. Like normal, we have a lot of racers in the junior wing class and the Arbox class. I believe it's 24 in the junior wing, 24 in Arbox. So we are set for a very solid, stacked night of racing in all of the classes.
Oh, and we're starting, if I recall correctly, we're starting 20 micros tonight in the feature. Is that what you heard?
I believe so. It's, we have a lot that are going to be out there, and it is going to create some great side-by-side, 3 wide, maybe even 4 wide racing on this beautiful 6-mile oval.
Well, we'll give everybody a break. We grab a sandwich before we have the national anthem and start firing off with qualifying. I'll let you do your thing, Zach, and we'll get this show on the road.
Exactly. Like Matt said, we have a couple minutes here. We will start the national anthem in around about 5 minutes once we make sure the track prep is all set and ready to go for the night. We will get things started soon so that we can get you guys some green flag racing action here in just a few minutes.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellersells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Yeah, Butler-Built has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler-Built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top-notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat, and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day. So as me as a sprint car driver specifically, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different. And guys like us, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats. And felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's Specialized Lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
Good evening, racers and race fans, and welcome as we are nearing the start of our first green flag here for night number one of the Harvest Hustle here at Thunderhill Speedway in good old Menomonie, Wisconsin. We have a lot of great racing action ready to go for you folks tonight. So we have everything from Arbox racers all the way up to our micro sprints. But before we start things off here, we need to start things the way we always like to start our races here at Thunderhill Speedway. Out front, on the front straightaway, you can see one of our young competitors, Levi Anderson, out there. He's carrying the American flag tonight with his own tractor that his grandpa, Tim Skillings, gave him. Want to give a huge thank you to Tim Skillings for bringing his John Deere combine and tractor with grain cart to display at the track entrance and for us to use during our opening ceremonies. Without further ado, if I could have you all stand at attention, face the American flag for the playing of our national anthem. Give it up for the national anthem, but also, once again, give a huge shout out to Levi Anderson carrying around the American flag around our track tonight, and another huge shout out to Tim Skillings for providing the John Deere combine and tractor trailer that are out there tonight, and for the John Deere that Levi was driving around the track during the national anthem there. Love getting to see our racers carry Old Glory around this beautiful 6-mile oval on a wonderful night here in Menomonie, Wisconsin. You know, I've been saying it all day long, but we have some great racing action that'll be coming out for folks here momentarily. We have everything from our Arbox and junior wing racers up to our Sportsman, intermediate wing, 125, 250 wing racers, you know, the classics you know and love, our K&K Racing Micro Sprint class, our Legends Direct Legend cars, our Gopher Midget Racing Series, and we also have a couple of new classes out here that we haven't really seen much of this season. During our regular Wednesday night shows, we have our Pro Mod carts coming out. We have our 500 open wings making their way out. We are sure to have an amazing night of racing here at Thunderhill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. As a quick reminder for those of you in the grandstands, if you have any friends or family who weren't able to make it out tonight for night number 1 of the Harvest Hustle, just a quick reminder, we are live streaming tonight and tomorrow's events online for free, as we've done all season long, on MBTVsports.com and through the MBTV Sports Facebook and YouTube pages. Right now, you can see we are bringing our Arbox classes out for their first set of qualifying sessions. You know, we have qualifying throughout all of our classes except the rookie cage racers tonight. So we'll be running a slightly different schedule than normal during what you've seen during the Wednesday night shows. Tonight, our race format is going to look like this. We had our hot laps going on earlier. You were probably walking into the grandstands as things were starting there, as we were going through our hot laps, giving our racers a chance to get a feel for their carts, get a feel for the racing surface. And now we're going to move into some time trials. We'll be doing 2 racers at a time, some head-to-head battles, getting those time trials set and ready to go. And then we will move into our heats. We'll do one round of heats. Top 4 will invert, and then for our features, we will be doing them straight up from the heats. You know, we are really excited to see all of the great racing action that will be coming out here tonight. You can see it down on the bottom screen there if you are live streaming on MBTVsports.com, or, you know, if you're at the track looking in on the infield, our first 2 racers are starting to get all ready to go for their time trials, their qualifying session. We have the 32 of Otto Eriksson out of Colfax, Wisconsin, and the 34 of Brantley Langer out of Menomonie, Wisconsin, getting all set for their qualifying sessions. There we see Eriksson making his way out onto the track. Langer following. And we officially have our first set of qualifying all ready to go here at Thunder Hill Speedway. Now we're going to go through this with all of our classes tonight. Now we have 2 racers out at a time. We'll give them each, you know, their chances around the track, make sure that they are all ready to go here, and then afterwards we will get the time trials all posted, figure out where people are at for the evening, and then that is how we will get the lineup ready to go for our heat races later on tonight. First checkered flag of the night in there, as we will begin to bring out our next class. Or not next class, our next 2 racers. We have the 18 of Landon Peterson out of Faribault, Minnesota, alongside the 23 of Harper Holopka from Wheeler, Wisconsin. Peterson's going to make his way out first. Holopka to follow. Holopka slowly but surely coming up on the tail end of Peterson. Holopka ended up finishing 4th in our point standings here this season. He's going to go down onto the inside, take the checkered flag, and our second session of qualifying has now concluded. Sending out our next group of 2, we have the 20 machine of Briar Whitaker alongside the 95 of Sullivan Phil. Whitaker out of Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin, Phil from Rolling Stone, Minnesota, duking it out side by side for their qualifying sessions. Phil with the fastest lap so far, a 14.624 second lap. And just like that, Whitaker's able to edge up a little bit, 14.2. Phil now up to 13.5. They're slowly getting in the rhythm there as they're about to take their final laps here. Checkered flag flies. Fastest lap for Phil is going to end up being a 13.363. Whitaker is going to round things out with a 14.122. Up next for qualifying, we have the 1X of Brant Brooks out of Centralia, Missouri, along with Lane Baker racing the 60 out of Boyd, Wisconsin. Another checkered flag in the books as Brooks ends up getting a 13.777 fastest lap time there. And we'll bring out our next two racers. The 19H of Spring Valley, Wisconsin's Henrik Hollerud, along with Ledger Canton out of Milan, Minnesota, racing the 16. One more lap to go. For the 19H of Hollerud. It looks like it's actually the 60 of Lane Baker out there. My apologies on that mix-up. Hollerud gonna get a 14.122 as his fastest lap. Baker, however, a 13.661 up there toward the top. Not quite beating that 13.363 that Phil had, but still a solid showing, as now we're bringing out the 16 of Ledger Canton. Canton putting another solid lap in the books there. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our racers. The 36 of Henry Junker out there, our points champion for the year in this class. Junker, with one lap left, he's sitting in second for the time trials, coming out of 4 onto the front straightaway. A 13.461 is going to be his fastest lap. Still, we have Phil up top with a 13.363. Junker sitting right behind Phil. Our top 5 currently looking like Phil, Junker, Baker, Canton B, and Brooks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As now we're going to bring out a few more of our racers. So we're kind of bringing these racers out in sections. We're going to drop a handful of them down to the infield there, let them sit there, get prepared, get ready so that we can send them out for their green flag laps. Then they'll have a few laps to do their qualifying time trials, and then as each of them finish, you'll see them move off of the back straightaway there, remove themselves from the track, and then we will bring out the next section. So right now we can see the number 4 of Luke Pettit making his way out. Along with, I believe that might be the 38J of Jace Frericks, if I'm seeing things correctly. Luke Pettit finished 3rd in our season points championship here. So he will definitely be a force to be reckoned with. 38J of Jace Frericks moving up into the top 5. But look out, ladies and germs. Pettit now setting the fastest lap by half of a second there over the 95 of Phil. Phil was sitting at a 13.3. Pettit putting in a solid 12.891 showing there. Frericks also putting in a great show, moving his way up into the 4th place spot of the time trials as we bring out the 22 of Downsville, Wisconsin's Dirks LeBlanc. White flag is out. One more lap to go for LeBlanc. And the 88E of Barrett Evans out of good old Menomonie, Wisconsin. Checkered flag flies. Evans and LeBlanc both making their way into the top 5 there. LeBlanc sitting in 5th. Evans, though, with a 13.351. Now moving up into the 2nd place spot. We'll now bring out the 16X of Oakley Booth, along with the 2 of Oakley Frericks out of Grove City, Minnesota. White flag is out for our 16th and 17th qualifiers of the evening. We have 24 qualifiers bringing themselves out for their qualifying session in the Arbox class. Booth in the 16X setting a blistering pace, fastest lap, a 12.987 second lap. We've only had 2 sub-13 second laps in the Arbox class so far tonight. Booth going to move up to that 2nd place spot, pushing Evans back to 3rd, Phil in 4th, and your points champion, Henry Junker, now sitting in that 5th place spot. As now we move out our next few racers into the infield. Looks like we're bringing out groups of 6. We'll give our racers a chance to get all lined up and ready to go, as now we send out our next group. We have the 44 of Elk Mound, Wisconsin's Levi Anderson, alongside the 20X of Axel Fahrenholtz from Minnesota City, Minnesota. Maria Allison saying excited on the live stream here tonight. Once again, another quick reminder, we are live streaming tonight's event on MBTVsports.com, along with the MBTV Sports YouTube and Facebook pages. If you have any friends or family who wanted to make it out here tonight but weren't quite able, make sure to send them those links so they can still be a part of the action, as we're excited to bring the 6-mile oval of Thunder Hill Speedway across the nation. We've had viewers from Arizona a few weeks ago, from New York, from Oregon, Washington. We've had them from all across the country to see some beautiful racing action here in good old Menomonie, Wisconsin. The 21 of Palmer Haas out of Thorpe, Wisconsin, making his way out onto the track right now, along with Maple Grove, Minnesota's Carter Lang in the 9A. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for Haas and Lang. Our top 5 as it currently stands, it's Pettit, Booth, Fahrenholtz, Evans, and Phil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And as the checkered flag flies, we only have, I believe, 1 or 2 qualifying sessions left in the Arbox class. I think we have 3 racers left. We'll see if we send all 3 out or if we do 2 and 1. Right now, you can see the 3R of Remington Kipka out of Foley, Minnesota, making the track. Along with, I believe that's the 85 of Thatcher Nelson, racing from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Kipka in the 3R moving his way into the top 5 with a 13.351 pace. Sitting in 4th place right now. Zach Larson online saying, go Room and go Thatcher. giving those shout outs on our YouTube channel. Always love getting to give those shout outs to our racers and the race fans watching the live stream tonight. And now we're going to send out our final Arbox qualifier of the evening. Milan, Minnesota's Jack Canton racing the 10. He will be all alone out there as the final entry in the class. 23 racers down, one final one to go. And this will be the race setup that we will have for this evening here. You know, we have lots of great racing action coming across the board here. We'll do we already did hot laps. We'll be doing these qualifying time trials in all of our classes, minus the rookie cage class, before we get into our traditional program of heats and features. And with the checkered flag flying, Canton puts in his final lap, makes his way off the track, and just like that, we are officially completed with our Arbox qualifying sessions. We will now move into the junior wing qualifying, where once again we have 24 racers going to be battling mano-a-mano, 2 at a time for these qualifying time trial sessions.
Hey, Zach, just to let you know, I'm not sure if you knew this, but they're going to invert the top 4 in the heat races. From the top 4 qualifiers in each division, they're going to invert the top 4 tonight.
Man, that will be adding some great fun to our heat races there. You know, I love getting to see them dice it up, but also, you know, we have some very talented racers out there, so I'm excited to see that inversion that we'll be seeing. You know, see those fastest racers have to make their way back through the pack. It will set up for some great racing action throughout our heat races tonight. And just like that, we're sending out our first qualifying session for the junior wing class, the 7S of Menomonie's very own Easton Schultz, alongside Jonathan Pettit III racing the 3J out of Winona, Minnesota. Our first 2 junior wing racers out there, and already Pettit III with a 12.421 second lap out there. White flag is out. Schultz giving it his all. Pettit now going sub 12 seconds. Landon Dreger saying good luck, 71A, giving a shout out to one of our racers coming out on the track. That's Aisley Anderson we'll be seeing at the end of this session. But as the first junior wing checkered flies, it's Pettit III sitting up top alone with an 11.407 second lap. Schultz sitting in second with a 12.627. As now we send out the 2K of Spirit Lake, Iowa's Luke Kreiger, and Carter Brooks racing the 3C out of Centralia, Missouri. Brooks and Kreiger sitting in second and third, respectively. Inching up closer and closer to Pettit's time as the checkered flag flies. Pettit still going to hold on to that top spot, but Brooks just 0.17, or just 0.1 second behind with an 11.5. Kreiger with a 12.6 second lap, as now the 21 of Minnesota City's Ashton Barinholtz goes out alongside Alan Byrne racing the 8 from Trempealeau, Wisconsin. First lap in, Barinholtz and Byrne up to 4th and 5th. Barinholtz now moving up into the 3rd spot, surpassing Kreiger. Just 0.1 seconds behind Brooks, 0.2 behind your top sitter, Pettit III. As the checkered flag flies, Barinholtz going to hold on to that 3rd place spot. Byrne going to hold on to a solid 4th place. Up next, racers 7 and 8, we have Wheeler, Wisconsin's Bentley Halapka racing the 99, along with the 21M of Woodville, Wisconsin's Owen Malmgren. Malmgren getting a little swirly there onto the front straightaway. Able to bring it back under control though. Not before taking the checkered flag though. Halapka going to move up to that 3rd place spot. Just barely 0.08 seconds ahead of the 21 of Fahrenholtz. Skirting by into that 3rd place spot. Your top 5 as it currently stands, now 8 racers in. We have Pettit the 3rd in 1st, Brooks in 2nd, Halapka in 3rd, Fahrenholtz in 4th, and Byrne in 5th. As now we're going to send out our next 2, 4, 6, 8 racers. Leading off this 2nd group in the junior wing class will be the 14 of Archer Hoffbeck out of Randolph, Minnesota, alongside the 19 of Jacob Demmel, racing out of Owatonna, Minnesota. Hoffbeck finished 2nd in the point standings. Your points champion, Bentley Halapka, was just out there, ended up getting 3rd place in the time trial. We'll see what Hoffbeck's able to bring to the table here as he puts his first lap in the books. Demmel ended up finishing 4th, so both of our racers out there right now were top 5 in the season point standings. We'll see if they still have that speed coming into the first night of the Harvest Hustle here at Thunder Hill Speedway. Checkered flag flies. And no changes to the top 5. Olivia Bang out of Deerwood, Minnesota races a 47, making her way out onto the track, along with the 26th of Kimber Zimmer out of Spring Valley, Minnesota. Two head-to-head laps here. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Vang and Zimmer. Seeing if we might be able to move into the top 5 here in the time trials. And it'll stay the same. It is still Pettit the 3rd, Brooks, Halapka, Fahrenholtz, Byrne 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grant Keller in the 31, the hometown hero out of Menomonie, Wisconsin, along with Jackson Godfrey racing the 11 out of Ironton, Minnesota, now setting their hopes to try to make a move into those top 5 qualifying positions. Keller finished 3rd in our season championship here. Lynn Reed saying, let's go Byrne. Keller finished 3rd in the season point standings, going to move up to 3rd in our junior wing qualifying session with an 11.601 second lap. Going to surpass Halapka. Halapka's now back to 4th as Keller takes that podium spot. Now we'll send out the 6D of Marshall Dawson out of Indianola, Iowa, along with Garrett Moorfeld racing the 17M from Fort Madison, Iowa. White flag is out, one more lap to go. The 17M putting on a solid pace. And would you look at that? We officially have a new qualifying leader. It takes the checkered flag, and Garrett Moorfeld is up to the top spot. Fastest time of the evening with an 11.342 second lap, dethroning Jonathan Pettit III by 0.1 seconds. Dawson as well moving up into the top three with an 11.531 ahead of Brooks, who had an 11.561, as now we're going to send out our next group. Our final 8 racers in the junior wing class. We've had quite a few shifts there in the last few qualifying sessions. Now our top 5 is the 17M of Moorfeld, the 3J of Pettit III, Dawson in the 6D in 3rd, the 3C of Brooks in 4th, and Keller racing the 31 in 5th. The 7DJR of Kinsley Schmutz out of Menomonie, Wisconsin, going to send out for her lap, along with the 10D of Herman, Minnesota's Bentley Kramer. Solid laps in as we slowly but surely see the 10 of Kramer pulling up on the 7DJR of Schmutz. Checkered flag is out. And just like that, only 3 qualifying sessions left to go. Now we're going to send out Superior, Wisconsin's Tanner Johnson in the 18, along with the 71A of Ainsley Anderson from Sauk Center, Minnesota. Got a shout out a little bit earlier on in the stream here. We'll see what Ainsley is able to bring to the table. White flag, one more lap to go for Johnson and Anderson. Johnson with a blistering pace, trying to push his way into the top 5 at the checkered flag. Will he be able to do it? Not quite. It's still Moorfeld, Pettit III, Dawson, Brooks, and Keller holding on to those coveted top 5 spots, as now we have the 64 of Starbuck, Minnesota's Gavin Danielson, and the 15 of Brandon Stevens racing out of Oliva, Wisconsin. For those streaming online, we have a camera just outside of turn 2 and just outside of turn 4, and you can see these 2 racers are pretty even as far as their racing goes. Both of them coming on screen and off screen at the exact same time, an even pace between Danielson and Stevens. We'll see if either of them are able to work their way up into that top 5 as the checkered flag flies. No top 5s in that session. Our final junior wing qualifying session about to hit the track now. The 22E of Ethan Martineau from South Range, Wisconsin, along with the 20 of Austin Lockburner out of Bruce, Wisconsin. Our last 2 racers to make their way out for the junior wing qualifying sessions. White flag, one more lap to go. The time to beat is an 11.342, a blistering pace. And the checkered is out for Martineau and Lockburner. No new top fives. And that being said, your top five for the junior wing qualifying session is going to stand the 17M of Moorfeld, the 3J of Pettit III in second, then it's the 6D of Dawson in third, Brooks in the 3C in fourth, and rounding out your top five is the 31 of Keller. And that will be your junior wing qualifying session. Up next, one of my personal favorites here, our Sportsman class. They are always bumping and banging, duking it out. Pretty even racing in this class. They always put on a great show, and we've got 7 racers out there tonight ready to go mano-a-mano in these qualifying time trial sessions here at Thunder Hill Speedway. Giving a moment for our sportsmen to get all ready here. Before we send them out, I want to give a quick shout out to a few of our sponsors that we have for tonight. The Gopher Midget Racing Series, helping us bring some great racing action to you folks this evening. Along with ProMod Kart Racing, Benko, Hubco Lifts, and 8-4 all along for the ride for the 2025 Harvest Hustle here at Thunder Hill Speedway. And now our first 2 racers going to make their way out. You can see we have the 55 of Trayton Velchek from Rock Falls, Wisconsin, alongside the 74 of Jake Johnson, racing out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Johnson finished second in the point series here in the 2025 season. And we'll see how things are going to round out for tonight's racing. So far, Velchek holding on to that top spot. Just like that, Johnson able to skirt by with an 11.928 second lap. Velchek trying to fight back. We'll see if he's able to make the pass there as the checkered flies. It is Johnson and Velchek 1-2 for our first 2 sportsman qualifying sessions of the night, or qualifying racers of the night. Now we see the 76 of Josh Fuster out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, making his way onto the track, along with the 18X of Dan Peterson, racing out of Webster, Minnesota. Johnson and Velchek still your top spots in the qualifying. Fuster and Pedersen right behind in third and fourth. We've got about a 2-second gap, now down to a 1-second gap as they start to get a feel for the racing surface. Starting to get a little more comfortable. We'll see if these final laps are able to get anything for them. Checkered flies. And our top 2 are going to remain as they are. Johnson, Velchek, Fuster, Pedersen, 1, 2, 3, 4. As now we send out Eau Claire, Wisconsin's Rick Stranke in the 88. Along with the 25 of Cumberland, Wisconsin's Ramon Perez. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for Stranke and Perez. Perez making his way up into that 3rd place spot at the checkered flag, able to inch by Velchek, now sitting in 2nd. New top 5 standing is the 74 of Johnson, 25 of Perez, Belchek, Fuster, Strenke, as we send out our final sportsman racer of the qualifying sessions, the 3X of Chautauqua, Wisconsin's Keith Huber. The lone racer out there will see if a fully open track, no one else out there, will work to his advantage or not.
Gotta ask, Zach, how do you like the 3 camera angles on the qualifying? You like that?
It is looking amazing, you know, being able to see the racers coming out of turn 2, coming out of turn 4, and also that moving camera angle from the great Mark Meeks. You know, love getting to see all of this action out here, especially during these time trials. And just like that, our sportsman qualifying now come to a close. Jake Johnson taking the W up front in the 74. The 25 of Perez in second, the 55 of Belchek in third, Fuster in the 76 in fourth, and the 80 of Strenke, rounding out your top 5 for the sportsman qualifying session. Now we're going to move into our intermediate wing racer, as we have 10 entries in this class. Believe we're going to send all 10 out into the middle of the track there, the infield.
Pretty awesome to see that we've already got 76 people watching on YouTube and 15 on Facebook during qualifying. Pretty cool. Love that. We love to see those kind of numbers. The numbers seem to grow every week.
Exactly. And if those viewers right now know that this is just a taste of the racing action later on that we'll be seeing during the heats and the features. Now, we've already had some pretty nice races going on here, seeing some pretty solid times. So we are only going to get better as the night moves on. It's the 87 of Sauk Center, Minnesota's Vincent Markler, along with Joseph Markler, also out of Sauk Center, Minnesota, racing the 100, a little Markler 1v1. As the checkered flag flies, and it's going to be the 87 of Vincent Markler with the fastest lap, the 100 of Joseph Markler, sitting in second place.
Even more impressive is how many people are actually here in the grandstand tonight. Amazing crowd again.
I mean, on a beautiful night like this evening, it's a perfect day to be at the racetrack. Audrey Tracef racing the 20 out of Birchwood, Wisconsin, and the 8 of Kennedy Cluckus out of Colfax, Wisconsin, now out on the track. Tracef already with the fastest lap time so far at the checkered flag. Tracef up to the top spot with an 11.612. Markler, the 87 of Vincent Markler, is going to still hold on a second. It's the 8 of Cluckus rounding out that top 3. A 12.124 second lap.
Zach, I understand you've had some issues hearing me. Can you hear me better now?
Loud and clear, Matt.
Probably a little overwhelming there. Found the volume.
Now is the 44 of Stanley, Wisconsin's Reed Smith. Reed Smith and the 17 of Callan Haas. Smith pulling off. Haas now just pulling on. My apologies on that one. Callan Haas out of Thorpe, Wisconsin in the 17. the 27 of Xander Glumsky out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Haas making his way up into that third place spot, setting his sights on Reese Smith, second place. As the checkered flag flies, your top five, quite a few swaps in the last few qualifying sessions as we move into our final two qualifiers of the intermediate wing class. We have the 22 of Kirkhoven, Minnesota's Ray Henkel, along with Jonathan Pettit III racing the 3J out of Winona, Minnesota. Our final qualifying session for the intermediate wing class. Jonathan Pettit III finished second in the junior wing qualifying session. We'll see what he's able to bring here to the intermediate wing class. Neither of our final racers making their way up into the top five. So your top five will stand like this. The 8X of Byrne out front with the first sub 11 second race time, or lap time, with a 10.989 second lap. Then it's the 44 of Reese Smith in second, the 17 of Callan Haas in third, the 3J of Jonathan Pettit III making his way up into the fourth place spot at the last second there, and then it's the 20 machine of Audrey Trayson rounding out your top five for the intermediate wing qualifying session. Up next, we're going to have 13 racers in the 125 to 50 wing class. With the bump start to get going, it's the 60 of Riley Dawson out of Indianola, Iowa. Your championship winner in the 125-250 wing class today, meaning that we have an odd number of racers out there. Dawson able to take his laps all by himself. And now we have our first sub 10 second lap of the night as Dawsley starts things off strong with a 9.699 second lap. Now we'll send out the 311 of Jameson Schur from Balsam Lake, Wisconsin. And it looks like we might be sending these racers out all one by one, or all one by themselves on the track. As Schur, the lone racer out there, an 11.475 second lap that time around. Checkered flies, he's able to increase it slightly, but it's still Dawson out front all alone. As the 3C of Centralia, Missouri's Carter Brooks hits the track once again. Carter Brooks finished fourth in the junior wing qualifying session earlier today. We'll see what Brooks is able to bring to the 125-250 wing class. Brooks already up to second place at the checkered flag, increases the speed a bit, but Dawson still holds on strong to the lead. It's Dawson, Brooks, Schur, 1, 2, 3. As Nick Moulter in the 13E out of Bruce, Wisconsin, gets to put his few laps into the book. checkered flag is out. Moulter moving up to third with an 11.442. Now we'll see what Burt Iowa's Leah Reitzel is able to bring in the number 4. Pedal to the metal out of turn number 2. Onto the front straightaway. Gets a little slide going there, too strong. Leah Reitzel. Looping it in 1 and 2. Track crew going to come check on Reitzel. Well, we check on Reitzel's cart, make sure everything is all good there. Just a reminder that tonight is night 1 of 2 for the 2025 Harvest Hustle here at Thunderhill Speedway. We will be back here again tomorrow. Gates open at 3:30, cutoff at 5 p.m., racing at 6. So the same as tonight, but an hour earlier. And quite a bit more money on the line for our racers. Also, want to give a quick shout out to a few of our sponsors, QualityFreightRate.com, Auto Value Parts Stores, and Comrade Auto Salvage along for the ride this year. As Reitzel's back up and running, we'll see if after that slight hiccup there, Reitzel was able to get up on the board. Solid lap there in the books as the checkered flies, and she's able to move it up to 4th place with a 10.743 second lap. First we saw Leah Reitzel, now we're going to see Rylan Reitzel racing the 8 machine, also out of Burt, Iowa. Out of corner 4 onto the front straightaway. Going to get their first full lap in the books here. Leah set a 10.743. What's Rylan going to set? Already up to second with a 10.06, setting their sights on the top spot as the checkered flies. It's not going to be enough to dethrone Dawson, but it is enough to hold on to that second place position with quite a good gap in between. Bring our next group out onto the infield here. Our first 6 officially in the books. Your top 5 as it stands. Dawson on in the 6D in first. The 8 of Rylan Reitzel sitting in second. The 3C of Carter Brooks traveling all the way from Missouri to come up here. First time at Thunderhill Speedway and already sitting in 3rd place. And we have the 4 of Leah Reitzel in 4th, and the 13 of Moulter rounding out your top 5. That's now the 99 JR of Landon Supry out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Going to make his way out onto the track. Up to 4th. Out of 4 onto the front stretch one final time. Gonna hold on to that 4th place spot. Moving into the top 5. Now we have Menomonie's very own Caleb Kropp racing the 29 machine. Pedal to the metal on the back straight, getting a little swirly coming out of 4. We'll see what this first full lap is able to bring. Turn 3 and 4. A little rough there for Crop. Holding on strong, one final lap. Let's see what this last move out of 4 is going to do for Crop. Can we get into the top 5? Davin Hauk out of Rice Lake, Wisconsin, racing the 22. Up next for his qualifying session, finished second in the season point standings here in the 125-250 weight class. This just in. We have some news about our money races here. Big shout out to Finley Racing as they're putting up an extra $20 to third place in Arbox Junior Wing, Intermediate Wing, 250 Wing, and the Sportsman class. Want to give a big thank you and big shout out to Skylar Finley of Finley Racing for upping that purse there for the third place finisher. Hauk moves up to 4th in the time trial. Now it's the 14 of Sioux Falls, South Dakota's Luke Garner making his way out on the track. And already one lap in, he has moved up to 4th place. Hauk back to 5th. Checkered flag flies. Garner going to hold on to that 4th place time trial spot. 3 racers left to go in the 125-250 wing class as the 66B of Blake DeSmith out of Downing, Wisconsin moves out onto the track. Checkered flag is out for DeSmith's qualifying session. Up next, the 99 of Wheeler, Wisconsin's Bentley Halatka. Halatka finished 5th in the point standings this year. Gonna see what he might be able to bring to qualifying this year. Already up to 4th. Coming out of 3 and 4, one final time onto the front straightaway. 4th place will be where he stands as now our final qualifier for the 125-250 wing class makes their way out. The 315 of Balsam Lake, Wisconsin's Jake Schuer. Down to the inside. Spreads high on the back straightaway. First lap in for sure. White flag is out. One more lap to go. Let's see what Schuer's able to bring to the table. The front straightaway. Final checkered flag of the 125-250 wing qualifying session. And it looks like your top 5 will stand. It's the 6D of Riley Dawson leading the pack. The only racer this evening to make it in the 9-second realm. Behind them, we have the 8 of Rylan Reitzel sitting in 2nd. Then it's the 3C of Carter Brooks out of Missouri in 3rd. Bentley Halatka racing the 99 in 4th. And then it's the 14 of Luke Garner rounding out your top 5 in the 125-250 wing qualifying session. Up next, fresh for the season, we have our Pro Mod carts making their way out. Out on the track now, it's the 18 of Dan Pedersen out of Webster, Minnesota, along with the 555 of Hudson, Wisconsin's Matt Velchek. White flag is out, one more lap to go for our first 2 qualifiers of the Pro Mod kart class. And the checkered flag is out. We have 7 competitors in our Pro Mod kart class today. We'll be heading out later on this evening for $100 to win. Up next, the 17G of Gavin Underdahl alongside Matt Jewison in the 5J. The 91 of Tatum Gillis out there, putting a solid lap in, moving up into that 4th place spot as the checkered flag flies. Now it looks like Jewison's getting out there. My apologies on getting those orders flip-flop there. Matt Jewison racing out of Blooming Prairie, Minnesota in the 5J. Now out on the track. Top 5 as it stands, the 17G of Underdahl in first, then it's the 555 of Matt Velchek in second, the 18 of Pedersen in third, 91 of Gillis in fourth, the 5J of Jewison in fifth. The 19 of Gillis also out there, almost making the fastest lap here. Gillis up to second. Now we have our final racer out there, the 17 of Travis Underdahl from Northfield, Minnesota. Our final of 7 for the Pro Mod kart class. We'll see where Underdahl is able to make it out there. We saw the 17G of Gavin Underdahl earlier. Now we'll see what Travis is able to do. Already up to second. 1 lap left to go. We'll see if Travis can beat Gavin out. One final time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag flies. And it is the 17G of Gavin Underdahl holding on to that top spot with a 12.283 second lap. The 17 of Travis Underdahl going to have to settle for a second place finish in the Pro Mod karts qualifying session. Then it's the 19 of Gillis in third, the 555 of Velchek in fourth, and the 18 of Pedersen, rounding out your top 5 in the Pro Mod kart qualifying sessions. Up next, 500 open wing class, where we are going to have 8 entries this evening. As they make their way out onto the track, I want to give a shout out to a few more of our sponsors. People's State Bank, Culver's of Menomonie, Coyote's Den of Menomonie, and Timber Inn Bar and Grill all along for the ride for the 2025 season here at Thunderhill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. For night number 1 of the Harvest Hustle. Making his way out onto the track now, it's the 8 of Elkbound, Wisconsin's Brody Conkey. Getting a nice little bump start. Through 3 and 4, going to take the green flag. 2 laps of qualifying now underway for Conkey. A little buffering there through 3 and 4. Onto the front stretch, checkered flag flies, and it's a 10.096 second lap. That is the first time to beat for the 500 open wing class. Looks like we'll be doing 1 at a time qualifying for our 500 open wings as well, as now we bring out the 22 of Rice Lake, Wisconsin's Davin Hout. First full lap in the books. And Hauk is on the tail of Conkey one final time through 3 and 4. Will he be able to mount a challenge? Checkered flies. And with 0.003 second gap between our 2 racers, Conkey is still barely out front. Hauk in second. Up next, the 84T of Pella, Iowa's Brody Tucker hits the track. Checkered flag flies, and out of the gate, we have our new fastest lap of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. The 84T of Brody Tucker with a 9.821 second lap. Up next, Runnels, Iowa's 9.47 of Nate Carroll. Quickly moves up to second, setting his sights on Tucker's fastest lap of the evening time. But it looks like Carroll will hold out for second. 5 1/1000ths gap over the 8 of Conkey, just barely edging by him. Up next, Menomoni's very own Caleb Kropp in the 29. Kropp moves into 5th for our 500 open wing class. Up next, the 16 of Indianola, Iowa's Riley Dawson. Riley Dawson took the win in the 125-250 wing qualifying session earlier. Let's see what he's able to bring in the 500 open wing class. Already up to second, another sub-10 second lap. Setting his sights on Tucker, he wants the fastest lap of the evening back. But Tucker will hold on for that lead. Dawson going to settle for second place in the 500 open wing class. Up next, Lake City, Iowa's Jackson Eiler racing the 30J. Our second to last qualifier of the 500 open wing class. It's Tucker, Dawson, Carroll, Conkey, Hauk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 currently. Let's see where Eiler's able to make his way in. And just like that, surpassing Dawson. Eiler up to second. Will he be able to take over that top spot? We've had some close battles, but no one has been able to reach Brody Tucker's top spot of the evening so far. Eiler moves up to second, Dawson back to third. Our final qualifier for this class, the 62 of Mike Seil from Indianola, Iowa. Two laps to take over the top spot of the evening. One final time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag flies. And it looks like we won't be moving into the top five. Our top five for the 500 open wing class going to stand the 84T of Brody Tucker with the win, the 30J of Jackson Eiler in second, then it's the 6D of Riley Dawson, the 47 of Nate Carroll, and the 8 of Brody Conkey, rounding out your top five for the 500 open wing qualifying session. Up next, it's going to be our K&K Racing Micro Sprint class hitting the track. We have a whopping 21 entries in this class. Well, we have another second. I want to give a shout out to a few more of our sponsors: Accurate Construction, JK Concrete LLC, Haas Inc., and TNT Construction. Thank you guys for being along for the ride all season long. Now we'll send out our first of 21 K&K Racing Micro Sprint class racers, the 7G of Jackson Gray out of Ankeny, Iowa, along with the 99 of Mason Schubert racing out of Welch, Minnesota. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Gray and Schubert. It's a close battle up front for our first two K&K Racing Micro Sprint qualifiers, but it's going to be the 7G of Gray leading the charge. Schubert sitting in second as we send out the 26P of Jackson Peters from Waupun, Wisconsin, along with, you know him, you love him, it's the X of Duluth, Minnesota's Paul Residlo out here tonight, fresh off his health issues that he had earlier on this season. Happy to see him back out here again. Paul Zidlow broke a rib a few weeks ago, but he is back in the car, and he is in a top 3 spot as it stands. Sitting in third place, Peter is going to finish fourth. Now it's the 10 of Owen Henricks from St. Cloud, Minnesota, along with Maddie Hale racing the 28X out of Trempealeau, Wisconsin. White flag, one more lap to go for Henricks and Hale. Henricks up to second place, setting his sights on the 7G of Gray. Will we see a new top qualifier? Gray still holding on to the top spot. Henricks moving up to second place, though, able to surpass the 99 of Schubert with a 10.814 second lap. Now we'll see the 46G of Jackson Girardi alongside the 628 of Brian Link out of New Richmond, Wisconsin. Jiragi finished 4th in our season point standings here. One final time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag flies. And there will be no changes to our top 5. We will re-rack and restack as we bring out our next 8 qualifiers. And again, while we have a second, just a reminder, not only are we here both days this weekend for the 2025 Harvest Hustle here at Thunder Hill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin, but we will also be back for our final race of the year in just a couple weeks. Saturday, October 11th, will be our Bone Shaker Showdown, where for the first time ever at Thunder Hill Speedway, we will have A-Mod bracket racing. Yes, you heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. Full-size A-Mods, 2 at a time. We'll have micro sprints. We'll have the Legends Direct Legend cars, the Gopher Midget Racing Series. We've had Rodney Sanders, Jimmy Mars, AJ Demmel out here with their A-Mods to test the track, and from what I've heard, it was amazing out there. So we're excited to see some A-Mods out. We've had 8 A-Mod drivers invited. 6 have for sure committed so far. We're not sure how many other cars we will be getting in the other classes, but we are excited to see, for the first time ever, once again, some A-Mod bracket racing here at Thunder Hill Speedway. It's going to be $1,000 winner take all. Back to our regularly scheduled program, we have the 7C of Bertram, Minnesota's Charlie Wolbeck hitting the track, along with the 12 of Clear Lake, Wisconsin's Brian Newville. Looks like the 7C of Wolbeck off the pace, pulling into the infield. So we are going to throw the caution there. Not quite sure what's going on with Wolbeck's cart. Going to put the pedal back to the metal. Coming out of 3 and 4 onto the front straightaway. We're going to let him restart his qualifying session here. First official lap in the books. Coming out of 3 and 4 onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is going to fly. And it is still Greg, Henrik, Stubert, Residlo, Peters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As now we send out the 37Z of Jake Zimmerman from Pewaukee, Wisconsin, along with Marshall Willing racing the 128 out of Becker, Minnesota. Willing finished just outside of the top 5 in the season point standings. And look out, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new qualifying leader. The 37Z of Zimmerman moved his way up to the top spot. Willing moving up to 3rd as we have an eventful qualifying session there. Zimmerman up to the top with a 10.5 second lap. Willing in 3rd with a 10.8. Let's see what the 22 of Brendan Newville can bring, along with the 88 of Caleb Moen. Brendan Newville finished 2nd in the season point standings. So we'll see how he's able to put it up against Willing, Henrik, Subert, all of which who finished behind him in the season point standings. Moen up to a solid third place already. Setting his sights on the leaders. He's able to surpass Gray, not quite able to make it to Zimmerman's pace. So Moen up to second place now. Newell going to finish outside of the top 5. Up next, the 3J of Brandon Friedrich from Hudson, Wisconsin, along with the C71 of Carter Jensrud racing out of River Falls, Wisconsin. Jensrud has been a fast racer all season long. You guys will remember him from his 2025 racing season here. We'll see what he's able to put up with against Zimmerman and Moen up in the top spots. And it looks like that's not actually Jensrud out there. My apologies once again. It's the 13M of Riley Dawson out of Indianola, Iowa. Friedrich and Dawson not able to make their way into the top 5, so our top 5 will still stand. There we're going to get the sad push out of the infield for the 7C of Charlie Wolbeck. Hopefully we'll be able to see Wolbeck out there in the heats later on today. But I don't believe he finished a qualifying lap there, so it will be a rough start for him if he is able to make it out there. Our next group making their way out onto the track right now. We have 4 more racers, I believe, making their way out for their qualifying sessions. Right now it's Zimmerman, Moen, Gray, Willing, Henriks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we have the C71 of Jensrud setting the pace along with the 100 of Alyssa Eddy racing out of St. Michael, Minnesota. First lap in the books. No breaking of the top 5 yet. White flag flies. 1 more lap to go for Jensrud and Eddy. And there we have the checkered flag. 2 more qualifying sessions left to go. Right now, it's the 4J of Princeton, Minnesota's Joe Snow. Along with the 19L of Landry Singleton racing out of Mora, Minnesota. Singleton up into the top 5. As the checkered flies, it's the 19L of Singleton making her way up into the top 5. 20 racers down, 1 left to go. And it's Mason Hale, the 28 out of Trempealeau, Wisconsin, who is going to close things out for us. The hammer's down. First of 2 laps officially started. A solid flow through 1 and 2 onto the back straightaway. First time onto the front stretch. White flag is going to show. 1 more lap to go for Hale. Will Hale be able to crack the top 5? Checkered flag flies. And our top 5 stands. It's the 37Z of Zimmerman taking the win today. The 88 of Moen sitting in second. Then it's the 7G of Gray, Willing in the 128 in fourth. And the 19L of Landry Singleton rounding out your top 5 for the K&K Racing Micro Sprints qualifying sessions. We've been through 8 rounds of qualifying, and we are officially down to our final 2 qualifying classes. Up first, our Legends Direct Legend cars. 12 racers in a stacked class here. And again, we'll take a moment to thank a few more of our sponsors: Dick's Fresh Market, Liquid Nitro, Old World Meats. We saw Paul Residlow out there earlier in the K&K Racing Micro Sprint qualifying session, owner of Old World Meats, along with Joanne Limited, as now we send out the 49 of Aiden Erickson racing out of Cumberland, Wisconsin, along with Chris Sleep racing the 4S from Osseo, Wisconsin. Erickson and Sleep finished 4th and 5th, respectively, in the season point standings. Let's see how they finish in the qualifying section tonight. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Erickson and Sleep. It's going to be a tight, close battle between these two. Checkered flag flies. And just barely surpassing, it'll be the 4S of Sleep, your early qualifying race leader with an 11.799 second lap. And it's the 49 of Erickson in second. Up next, the 59S of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, Hayden Schmuel, along with Pierre, South Dakota's Mark Brewer, racing the 60 machine. Checkered flag is out. Schmuel moves his way up to second place, surpassing Erickson. Brewer rounding out your top 4 up next. Eau Claire, Wisconsin's 33 of Derek Crumrine, along with Ridgeland, Wisconsin's Levi Brewer in the 94. Checkered flag is out. And both of our racers moving up into the top 5. From Ride going to settle for 5th place. And the 94 of Levi Brewer inching ahead into that 4th place position. We're officially halfway through our qualifying sessions for the Legends Direct Legend cars, and your top 5 is sitting like this. It's the 4S of Sleep, the 59S of Schmuel, the 49 of Erickson, the 94 of Brewer, and it's the 33 of Crumrye, and the 60 of Mark Brewer, rounding out your top 6 so far. We brought the rest of our Legends Direct Legend cars out for their qualifying session. We have 3 more qualifying sessions for the Legends Direct cars. And to start that lineup off, it'll end up being the 51 of Oshkosh, Wisconsin's Tim Fran, alongside David Pinnell racing the 86 out of Sparta, Wisconsin. First lap in the books for both of our racers. And would you look at that, we have a new qualifying leader, the 86 of Pinnell, up to that top spot. As the checkered flag flies, Pinnell your new qualifying leader with an 11.442 second lap. Chris Sleep, your previous leader, had an 11.799, so a 0.3 second difference between our top two. Out now is Sun Prairie, Wisconsin's 57 of Cade Reisdorf, along with Lily Fassbender racing the 7 out of Burnett, Wisconsin. Halfway through. And we haven't had a change to our top 5 just yet. Checkered flag flies. Both of our racers going to finish outside of the top 5 as we move on to our final qualifying session for the Legends Direct Legend cars. We see the 5X of Cedar Rapids, Iowa's Keith Moline, along with Cal Swenson, racing the 19X out of Hortonville, Wisconsin. Getting a little slideways there, coming onto the back straightaway. One final time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is gonna fly. And with no changes to the top 5, it's going to be the 86 of Pinnell, your qualifying leader. Then the 4S of Sleep in second, the 59S of Schmuel in third, Erickson racing the 49 in fourth, and the 94 of Brewer rounding out your top 5 for the Legends Direct Legend cars. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for, our final qualifying class of the evening. Our Gopher Midget Racing Series class. We needed 6 racers to make up a $1,000 to win class, and we have exactly that. So our 6 racers later this evening will be duking it out, mano a mano, imano, 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 for 1,000 big ones. Give our racers a moment to get all situated before we move into our final 3 qualifying sessions of the evening, which gives us a perfect time to give a shout out to a few more of our sponsors: Great American Fireplace, Menomonie Flooring Center, Hoffman Homes, and Denny's Appliance, all along for the ride for the 2025 season. Out onto the front straightaway, getting a helping bump start, your first qualifier in the Gopher Midget Racing Series class, hailing from St. Peter, Minnesota. It's the 56 of Matt Johnson. There we go, we've got it fired up. And he is chomping at the bit, takes the green flag, and away we go. .394 seconds for that first of 2 laps. Let's see what this second lap will do for him. On the front straightaway, checkered flies. And it's an 11.127 second lap to beat for the Gopher Midget Racing Series qualifying sessions. This is the second to last points night for the Gopher Midget Racing Series class here. And boy, are the point battles close. Bowers is out front as it stands. And he is not here tonight, so JP3 has a chance to overtake the lead. Out now on the track, though, the 57 of Matt Rashek from Verdam, Wisconsin. Rashek moves up to that top spot with a 10.599 second lap. Up next, from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, the 7 of Caleb Moen.
That's Caleb Moen's first time in a midget tonight.
First time in a midget, and we're excited to see how those times will compete with Rashek and Johnson. Onto the front straightaway, looking solid so far, still getting an understanding for this car. First lap officially in the books. And would you look at that, he's already up to second place, surpassing the 56 of Johnson. Checkered flag flies. First time in a midget, and he almost takes the top qualifying spot. He's going to finish
Didn't
with
take Caleb very long to figure that car out. Still looks like they're having a little bit of issue with that thing firing correctly. They'll get her.
Exactly. Still has the heat race and the feature to get things all figured out. But Moen already looking solid behind the wheel of that midget. Up next, the 85 of Owatonna's Johnny Parsons III. JP3 hitting the track with a smooth ride onto the front straightaway. First lap officially making his way into the books. Doesn't even hesitate to move up to the top qualifying spot with a 10.54 second lap. Can his second lap improve upon itself? Not quite, but he still holds on to the lead with a 0.05 second lead over the 57 of Rashek in second. 2 qualifiers left to go for the evening before we move in to the heat races for the night. Up next, Lake Elmo's 45 of Jack Berger. Berger up to second, just 0.01 seconds behind JP3 with the final lap. Can he push into the top spot? He's going to hold on for a solid second. It's now JP3 up top, Berger in second, Rashek in third, Moen in fourth, Johnson in fifth. Now for our final qualifier of this evening. We've seen him put on a heck of a show so far. Let's see what the C71 of River Falls, Wisconsin's Carter Jensrud can do as the final qualifier of night number 1 for the Harvest Hustle here at Thunder Hill Speedway. The car is fired. onto the front stretch. First lap officially starting. Looking smooth through 1 and 2. A little bit of bobbling coming out of 2. Making his way onto the front straightaway. The checkered flag flies, and Jensrud is not going to make it into the top 5 for qualifying this evening. So your qualifying finishers are going to end up looking like this, taking the win in the final qualifying session tonight. It's the 85 of Johnny Parsons III with a 10.54 second lap. In second, the 45 of Berger. In third, the 57 of Rashek. Then it will be Moen and Johnson rounding out your top 5. We're going to take a few moments here to check the track, not quite an intermission, but feel free to stand up, stretch a little bit, go to the concession stand, grab some food, beverages, run to the restroom if you are live streaming on MBTVsports.com. Get up off your couch, stretch for a little bit, and we will be back momentarily with our first round of heat races for night number 1 of the Harvest Hustle.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Toe Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Toe Pro has made that happen.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellersells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Yeah, Butler-Built has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler-Built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day. So as me as a sprint car driver specifically, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different. And guys like us, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats. And I felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So yeah, it's been a fun ride and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
Welcome back, race fans. We've officially finished tonight's qualifying sessions for night number 1 of the Harvest Hustle. And man, if we've seen anything yet, we know that we are in for some great racing action for the rest of the night. We're now about to move into our heats. We'll be doing 1 round of heats for all of our classes, but our top 4 are going to be inverted from what we saw in the time trials earlier on this evening. Before we get into most of those races, however, we are going to start off with our rookie cage class. So our rookie cage competitors didn't have time trials earlier today, but we are going to give them the normal heat race runs, similar to what we saw during the rest of the season. Looks like we're just doing one final check for the track, making sure everything is all good and ready to go. Before we get into our first heat race of tonight. For the rookie cage class, your starting lineup is going to end up looking like this. On the inside of row number 1, out of Owatonna, Minnesota, the 11 of Brooklyn Demel, alongside the 22 of Downsville, Wisconsin's Theo LeBlond. Racing in row number 2 on the inside, Mila Baker in the 60 JR from Boyd, Wisconsin, and Lisa Moulter racing the 13 out of Bruce, Wisconsin. And all alone in that third and final row, it is Eau Claire, Wisconsin's Onyx Webb racing the 19 machine. Now, for those of you who have been here before to Thunder Hill Speedway, you may know the rookie cage class does things a little bit differently than the rest of the classes here at Thunder Hill Speedway. It is a chance for these racers to get a feel for what it's like to be, racing on a track with other racers. Might be their first time on a track, period. Might be their first time alongside other competitors. We've even seen it before where it's some of these racers' first time behind the wheel of a kart. They're brand spanking new to what it is to be a kart racer. So, we don't do things too traditionally here. Obviously, we still have the competitive air to it, but we kind of just send them out there. You may not see official restarts. We obviously didn't do a official starting grid there. We just kind of let them go out there, run their race, and see what it's like to be a kart racer. There you can see a nice shot of the 13 machine. of Lisa Moulter. Moulter, new to racing this time around. Haven't seen her out at any races so far this season, I believe. We have some familiar faces out there as well. The 11 of Brooklyn Demo, LeBlanc, Baker we've seen out there before. I believe we've even seen Onyx Webb at 1 or 2 races this year. There we can see the 60 JR of Mila Baker showing these kiddos how it's done. Now these racers that you see out there in the rookie cage class, when I say they're young, I mean they are young. These racers are between the ages of 5 and 7 years old. Can you imagine all of you in the grandstands being a 5-year-old behind the wheel of a cart racing on a 6-mile oval? I can't say that I could have believed that at that age. So these youngsters really putting in the effort, giving it their all. They are the future of our sport, so it's always nice getting to see them make their way out onto the track. Checkered flag is going to fly. And let's give it up for our 5 rookie cage racers once again. It was the 60 JR of Mila Baker, the 11 of Brooklyn Demmel, 22 of Theo LeBlanc, the 13 of Lisa Moulter, and the 19 of Onyx Webb. As rookie cage makes their way off the track, up next, we're going to have our first heat race following our qualifying sessions from earlier on this evening. We sat through qualifying sessions for all of our classes, minus the rookie cage class, where our racers went 1v1 on the track, trying to get the fastest lap time possible. In the Arbox class, our top 5 qualifiers tonight were the 4 of Luke Pettit, the 16X of Oakley Booth, the 20X of Axel Fahrenholz, the 3R of Remington Kipka, and the 88E of Barrett Evans. They were our top 5, and now we're inverting our top 4. So wherever they finished in qualifying, our top 4 are going to be inverted. If they were at the top of qualifying, they're going to start 4th. If they were near the middle to back of qualifying, they are going to start up front. So for this first heat race of the night, our starting lineup's going to look like this. On the inside of row number 1 out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, it's the 85 of Thatcher Nelson, side by side with Carter Lang racing the 9A out of Maple Grove, Minnesota. Row number 2, it's the 3R of Foley, Minnesota's Remington Kipka, alongside Luke Pettit, your fastest qualifier from earlier today, racing the 4 out of Winona, Minnesota. The 38J of Jace Frericks from Grove City, Minnesota, and Ledger Canton B racing the 16 out of Milan, Minnesota, are in row 3. All alone in that 4th and final row, or side by side, I apologize. Henrik Hollerud racing the 19H, and Briar Whitaker racing the 20. 8 racers, 8 laps. First green flag of the Arbox class, and away we go. It's Nelson and Lang out front. Pettit, your fastest qualifier, quick to get up into that second place spot. Looks inside of Nelson, looks outside of Nelson, tries to find the best spot to make his move. Nelson going to hold on for that first lap. As we've got a couple bumping and banging in turn number 2, we're going to get them turned around, and it looks like we're going to stay green flag racing as we have a new race leader. Pettit up to that top spot, Nelson back to second, and it's the 3R of Kipka rounding out your podium as we have another spinning around in turn number 4. He's turned away, I can't quite see who it is. Looks like it is the 16 of Ledger Canton B. Looping it around in turn number 4, and that will officially bring our first caution of the heat races, and I believe only our second caution of the evening. We had a caution during one of our qualifying races earlier on today. So we will get our racers relined up in their correct starting order. And it looks like that yellow must have come before the pass for the lead was made, so it's going to be Nelson out front. Then the 4 of Pettit in second. The 9A of Lang in third. The 3R of Kipka in fourth. Rest of the field in tow as the green flag flies. Pettit looks to the outside. Ducks down low to the inside, but Nelson holds his line. Bumping through 3 and 4. Pettit trying to get aggressive, moves to that outside, ducks down low. Nelson tries to move up on him, but Pettit makes the pass. Nelson backs all the way to 5th place. It's Pettit out front. Kipka muscling his way up into second. Bumping the 9A of Lang out to the outside. Lang back to third now as the 38J of Frericks is able to move up into that 4th place spot. It's Pettit, Kipka, Lang, Frericks, Nelson, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As Pettit moves away from the rest of the field. Now the battle on the track is going between the 9A of Lang and the 38J of Frericks. As the 16 of Canton B has some more trouble, going to draw a second caution as he loops it in turn number 2. We will bring our racers to a stop on the back straightaway there. Make sure everyone's in their correct restart order as we are halfway through our first heat race of the Arbox class. Pettit and Kipka, 1 and 2 up front. Then I believe it will be Lang, Frericks, Nelson, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Through 3 and 4. Back onto the front straightaway. And it looks like we're going to give them one more lap just to make sure everyone is set and ready to go. Onto the front straight, green flag flies. Pettit with a nice hop starts to pull away from the 3R of Kipka. Already 3, 4, 5 cart lengths ahead of him. Kipka holding on to a solid 2nd place. Then it's the 9A of Lang in 3rd, the 38J of Frericks in 4th. A little space back to before we get to the 85 of Nelson. And I believe it'll be our top 3 from every heat race, getting a direct transfer into the A main later on today. So we're going to want to keep an eye on that 9A of Lang and the 38J of Frericks as they are in a close battle for that final direct transfer position. Everyone else will be making their way through a B feature later on this evening. Checkered flag flies. And it's the 4 of Luke Pettit taking the heat race win today. The 3R of Kipka going to finish 2nd. The 9A of Lang taking that final transfer position. Then it's the 38J of Frericks and the 85 of Nelson rounding out your top 5 for heat race number 1 of 3 for your Arbox class. Up next, heat race number 2, another 8 racers about to hit the track for 8 laps. Your starting lineup is going to look like this. Inside row number 1, it's the 22 of Dirks LeBlond out of Downsville, Wisconsin, side by side with your points champion for the 2025 season, the 36 of Henry Junker out of Stanley, Wisconsin. Row number 2 has the 88E of Barrett Evans racing out of the hometown, Menomonie, Wisconsin. To his right, Colfax, Wisconsin, 16X of Oakley Booth. Inside row number 3, it's the 23 of Wheeler, Wisconsin's Harper Halapka. alongside Brant Brooks racing the 1X from all the way out of Centralia, Missouri, making the trek up here, first time at Thunderhill Speedway. And in that fourth and final row out of Grove City, Minnesota, it's the 2 of Oakley Frericks J and the 34 of Brantley Langer. Langer, another hometown racer out of Menomonie. We're going to get all sorts of bumping and banging going out of 4, all out of line, so we are going to restart. Make sure everyone's in their correct restart order. It looks like the 2 of Oakley Frericks J having some issues there. We're gonna figure out what's going on with Frericks. Make sure everything's good with that car. Looks like he needs a quick pull start. There we go. Now we're back at it. We're gonna let Frericks get his spot back in. And it looks like it might have stalled on him once again. We'll give it another quick pull. There we go. Back in line and ready to go. All 8 of our racers get the go-ahead from the track team. The 2 of Frericks seems to be having issues, but we still get the green flag, and away we go. Side-by-side battle. It's LeBlond and Junker out front. An even battle right behind them. The 16 of Booth moves up into 3rd. Evans back to 4th. It is still a stalemate out front. Booth gonna make it 3 wide out of 2. LeBlond back to 2nd. Junker and Booth bumping and banging, and we're all sorts of sideways. Booth and Evans both going to go around in turn number 4, going to get things restarted there. And we're going to stay under green as Junker holds on to that top spot, puts another lap in the books in the lead. Right behind him, it looks like that's the 23 of Halapka, sitting in 2nd place now. And after the bumping and banging avoidance spins that were going on there, our top 2 racers have a nice gap before we get back to our 3rd place competitors. Halapka looks to the outside of Junker. Junker, your season points championship in the Arbox class. Halapka finished 4th, looking to battle back during the harvest hustle. Halapka to the outside, trying to make a move, nothing going there. He's able to pull up to the side of him through the corners. The straightaways, Junker has the inside line and is able to take those nice jumps out. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for Junker and Halapka. LeBlond, Langer, Brooks right behind them. Final time out of 3 and 4. Checkered flag is gonna fly, and Henry Junker is a heat race winner tonight. Harper Halapka going to end up finishing 2nd. Then it's the 22 of LeBlond rounding out your podium. Langer and Brooks finishing out your top 5 for heat number 2. Up next, your 3rd and final heat race for the Arbox class. 8 more racers about to take 8 laps around, and your pole sitters, the 21 of Thorpe, Wisconsin's Palmer Haas. To his right, Jack Canton racing the 10 out of Milan, Minnesota. Inside row number 2, it's the 95 of Sullivan Thill from Rolling Stone, Minnesota. And to his right, out of Minnesota City, the 20X of Axel Fahrenholtz. Inside row number 3, it's Lane Baker piloting the 60 out of Boyd, Wisconsin. And Levi Anderson racing the 44 out of Elk Mound, Wisconsin. And inside that fourth and final row from Colfax, Wisconsin, it's the 32 of Otto Erickson and the 18 of Faribault, Minnesota's Landon Pedersen. Eight racers, 8 laps for our third and final heat race of the Arbox class. Coming out of 4, green flag's gonna fly. Haas is gonna lead them into 1 and 2. Canton's gonna follow suit behind, and we're gonna make it single file throughout the field. Phil drops back slightly to 4th. Baker looks to the outside, trying to take that 4th spot over. Ducks down to the inside. Our 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place racers all in a heated battle. Just half a cart length in between all of them. Side by side for 4th place. Baker muscles it into the inside there. Baker now up to 4th. Phil's not going without a fight though. Tries to battle down to the inside, runs out of space, has to throw the brakes on. Baker now to the inside of Canton, trying to move up to 2nd. Baker up to that 2nd place spot now. Now setting their sights on the 21 of Haas. Halfway through this heat race, Baker has gone from 5th up to 2nd, and now is only a cart length behind your leader. We have a close side-by-side battle for 3rd and 4th. The 10 of Canton has it. The 20X of Fahrenholt wants it. Muscles his way up there. Fahrenholt's into 2nd. Battle for the lead. Haas goes around. Your race leader spins it in 1, and that is going to draw the caution. I'll be honest, my eyes were on that battle for 3rd and 4th. I didn't quite see what happened between Baker and Haas, so I'm curious to see who that caution is going to get called on. Let's take a quick look at our instant replay for 3rd. Fahrenholtz muscles to the inside there, moves up to 3rd. Up at the lead, however, Haas tries to duck down, take the inside lane away from Baker, and Baker holds strong on their position. And it looks like Baker might actually be pulling off the track there. Baker's heat race has come to a close. Not sure what happened there. But to Haas's luck, he is going to live to see another lap at the front of the field. Haas going to start off with the lead, the 10 of Canton in 2nd, 20X of Fahrenholtz in 3rd, then it's the 95 of Phil, and the 44 of Anderson rounding out your top 5. Green flag is out. The 10 of Canton ducking down low early on, trying to make a move to the inside. Haas isn't going to have anything about it, but the 20X of Fahrenholtz moves up to the inside of Canton, moves up to 2nd place. Phil looks on the outside of Canton, tries to take that 3rd spot. And the caution is going to come out as the 44 of Anderson spins in turn number 2. Anderson had been sitting in 5th place. Going to get things refired, turned around, and take his spot at the back of the field. Back up front, it'll once again be Haas, Fahrenholtz, Canton, Phil, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the 32 of Erickson now moved up to that 5th place spot. Looks like Canton's getting their spot back in 2nd. So Haas, Canton, Fahrenholtz, Phil, Erickson. Then it's the 18 of Pedersen and the 44 of Anderson rounding out your field. trying to get them in a little tighter lineup here. Quite a bit of space outside of the top four. Just want to make sure everyone is in close quarters before we throw that green flag. Halfway through this third Arbox heat race. 4 down, 4 to go as the green flag flies. Haas and Canton going to lead them into 1 and 2 once again. Fahrenholtz with a solo spin in turn 2. Going to draw the caution to take his space at the rear of the field. So now it is Haas, Canton, Phil, Erickson, Pedersen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we have Anderson and Fahrenholtz rounding out your field in 6th and 7th. We'll get them tightened up here on the back straightaway, see if we can get close enough for a green flag. Green is out. Canton and Haas once again duking it out up front, but now we have the 95 of Phil getting into the mix. Nice little battle at the rear of the field there between Fahrenholtz and Anderson, trying to get up alongside Erickson to move into those top 5 positions. Up front, a 3-cart battle for the lead. Haas able to pull away slightly, but Canton and Phil still locked in a close quarters battle for 2nd and 3rd. Phil with a solo spin to the infield. Going to make his way back out onto the front straightaway and keep it under green flag conditions. Out front, Haas, Canton, Fahrenholtz, Erickson, Pedersen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. White flag is out, 1 lap to go in a caution-heavy heat race, but Palmer Haas is going to take the heat race win tonight. Jack Canton going to finish 2nd. Axel Fahrenholtz going to round out your podium. Then it's Pedersen and Anderson in 4th and 5th. We will see these racers out here again for their B-main later on tonight. In the meantime, we will move into our next group of heat races, our junior wing class. Your starting lineup is going to look like this. Inside row number 1, the 11 of Jackson Godfrey racing out of Ironton, Minnesota, alongside the 21 of Minnesota City's Ashton Fahrenholtz. Row number 2, it is the 3C of Carter Brooks out of Centralia, Missouri, alongside Fort Madison, Iowa's Garrett Moorfeld, your qualifying leader from earlier today in the 17M. Row number 3, it's the 18 of Tanner Johnson from Superior, Wisconsin, the 22E of Ethan Martineau out of South Range, Wisconsin, and in that 4th and final row, Deerwood, Minnesota's Olivia Vang racing the 47 and the 7S of Easton Schultz, the hometown hero from Menomonie, Wisconsin. 8 racers, 8 laps. Looks like one of our racers has stalled on the back stretch there. We're going to get them all refired and ready to go. Looks like that is the 22E of Ethan Martineau. Martineau with some difficulties there getting refired. Track crew trying to get him all started. And unfortunately for Martineau, it looks like his heat race has ended before it's even began. So we are already down to 7 before the first green flag of our junior wing heat race number 1. Looks like we'll give them one more lap to go before we put them on green flag conditions. The field has tightened up through 3 and 4. Looks like we'll give them another lap here. Not sure if we're trying to get things figured out for Martineau. See, Vang has moved up to the outside of row number 3. So now it looks like we will be good for our first green flag. Lights are down and away we go. It's the 11 of Godfrey leading them into 1 and 2. Side-by-side battle between Fahrenholtz, bumping and banging, though, before we even get out of 2. Fahrenholtz and Moorfeld flashing into each other. Schultz getting into the mix as well. Let's take a quick look at what happened there. Through 1 and 2, Moorfeld ducks down to the inside. Fahrenholtz tries to put the steep spin on him. Moorfeld gets locked into his side with nowhere to go. Schultz collected in that as well. It looks like we'll just be doing a complete restart here. So it's still Godfrey and Fahrenholtz out front, Brooks and Moorfeld in row 2. Then it's Johnson and now Vang in row number 3 with Schultz all alone in that 4th and final row. Green flags out once again, and Godfrey's going to lead the charge into 1 and 2. Moorfeld didn't like the inside line last time, looks to the outside. Fahrenholtz drifts high along with the 3C of Brooks. Moorfeld trying to find any move to get there, ducks down to the inside. Brooks now up to 2nd. Moorfeld able to move his way up into 3rd. Fahrenholtz back to 4th. And our top 4 are going to single file out a bit. Just outside of the top 4, it's the 47 of Vang moving up to 4th as Fahrenholtz is going to solo spin, collecting Schultz there in the mix as well. Fahrenholtz spins all by his lonesome. Schultz right behind a battle between Johnson and Vang with nowhere to go. Moves right into the side of Fahrenholtz. And it looks like Schultz's night has come to a close. Dean McMartin saying on Facebook, love the MBTV coverage. Hey, Matt and Mark. Matt Bull, the lead here at MBTV Sports. Mark, our wonderful cameraman, on deck right now, giving some great shout-outs to the work they do here. One more lap around the track, and it's Godfrey, Brooks, Moorfeld, Vang, Johnson. Then it is Fahrenholtz, and it looks like Schultz back out on the track. Gonna tighten things up here. Green flag flies. Brooks looks down to the inside. Moorfeld right behind. It's a freight train into 1 and 2. Tight quarters throughout our top 3 and close behind in 4th and 5th as well. Godfrey trying to put some space in between Brooks and Moorfeld. Slowly but surely, it started off with half a cart length and 1, now 2 cart lengths ahead. Brooks holding on to a solid 2nd place. Moorfeld trying just about every line possible. to get by the 3C of Brooks. Moorfeld was your fastest qualifier earlier on today. Wants to do so in the heat races. Brooks, however, came from Missouri, doesn't want to give that up. Moorfeld bumps and bangs into the back of Brooks and goes around. Single file into 3 and 4. Moorfeld with quite a bit of heat. Had nowhere to go except into the rear of Brooks. Brooks able to keep things straight and keep moving. Moorfeld gonna spin it around. And take his place at the rear of the field. Now it's Godfrey, Brooks, Johnson, Vang. Green flag flies. Brooks looks to the outside, tucks down low on Godfrey, trying to make any move possible on our leader. Johnson holding on to a solid third. Moorfeld from the back of the field trying to make his way back up into a direct transfer spot. We have a B main in our junior wing class as well. So all of our racers trying to give it their all so they don't have to battle through the B feature later on. White flag is out, one more lap to go, and out front it is Godfrey and Brooks. One final time onto the front straightaway, checkered flag flies. Jackson Godfrey's going to be your heat race winner today. Then it's the 3C of Brooks in second, the 18 of Johnson in that third and final podium spot. The 17M of Moorfeld going to battle from the back of the field up to fourth place for heat race number 1 of 3 in our junior wing class. Up next, heat race number 2, another 8 racers about to duke it out for 8 laps. On the inside of row number 1, your pole sitter from Herman, Minnesota is the 10 of Bentley Kramer. Alan Byrne racing the 8 out of Trempealeau, Wisconsin to his right. Inside of row number 2, Menomoni's very own Grant Keller in the 31, and Jonathan Pettit III racing the 3J out of Winona, Minnesota, finished second in qualifying. Row number 3, it's the 2K of Spirit Lake, Iowa's Luke Krieger. Gavin Danielson in the 64 from Starbuck, Minnesota to his side. Stevens, Anderson rounding out your field as our rear 2 are already locked coming out of 4. Brandon Stevens in the 15, the 71A of Aisley Anderson. Looping it there. So we will re-rack and restack them, try to get a little bit cleaner start here. These junior wing competitors do not want to have to battle through the B main later on today, so they are giving it their all in these heats. And unfortunately, that does tend to cause a few more cautions out on the track. But our racers power through, and it is a tight top 4. That is some close racing. Pettit going to spin around in 1 and 2. We'll see if we can keep it in green flag conditions. Bumping and banging. We're able to keep it green flag racing. Out front, it's Byrne leading the charge. And this is some hot racing up front. Side by side, bump and bang, and Keller trying to get into the mix. Bumped out back to 4th place. It is the 10. And the 2K of Krieger sitting in 3rd. Kramer in 3rd, or in 2nd. And it looks like now we are going to have the caution there. Tim Welke on YouTube saying, Heartland Drive Moving Company says, let's go Glumsky Racing. Our cart's going to get re-racked here. Single file, it is Byrne, Kramer, Keller, Krieger, and then Danielson, your top 5, as the green flag flies, hammered down. Kramer looks to the inside. Byrne tucks it down low. Keller going to sneak up into second, bumping, banging, 3 wide into 3. And it's the 2 of Krieger moving up into second. Keller not going without a battle, fights back. The 10 of Kramer follows him as we're 4 wide, coming out of 2. All across the board, we are side by side as Pettit spins it around in 4. The 71A of Anderson with nowhere to go, going to be collected behind him. Wowza, folks. That right there may have been the closest racing throughout a heat race that I have seen in my life. Our top 4 all side by side for the lead. Our back 4 all side by side for those last 4 positions. Wow, that was close. Pettit looks to seem as though his heat race is coming to a close. He's going to pull off the track. We'll re-rack him now. Byrne, Keller, Kramer, Krieger. Then it's the 15 of Stevens. 64 of Danielson and the 71A of Anderson. Wowza, this has been an eventful heat race number 2 for our junior wing class. And the green light is out. Keller looks to the inside, nothing going there. Trying to make a move on the 8 of Byrne. Keller finished 5th in qualifying. Wants to make a statement here in this second heat race. It's still Byrne. Keller 1-2. Growing gap before we get back to our 3rd place racer. I believe that's the 2K of Krieger in 3rd. Byrne, Keller, Krieger, Kramer, Stevens, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as it stands. Coming up to the white flag, 1 more lap to go in this battle for the lead. Byrne has it. Keller has to make a move now if he wants to be able to do it. Through 3 and 4, Keller's going to tuck down low, but Byrne's going to hold on for the charge. Alan Byrne is going to be your heat race winner. Keller going to settle for 2nd after a hard-fought battle. The 2K of Krieger taking the final step on the podium. Then it's the 10 of Kramer and the 64 of Danielson rounding out your top 5 in a very exciting junior wing heat race number 2. That leaves us with our final junior wing heat race up next. 8 more racers for 8 more laps, and your pole sitters, the 14 of Randolph, Minnesota's Archer Hoffbeck, side by side with the 19 of Jacob Demmel out of Owatonna, Minnesota. Inside row number 2, it's Wheeler, Wisconsin, Bentley Halopka in the 99, alongside the 6D of Marshall Dawson out of Indianola, Iowa. Row 3 has the 26 of Kimber Zimmer from Spring Valley, Minnesota, and Austin Lockburner piloting the 20 out of Bruce, Wisconsin. In that 4th and final row, it's Menomoni's very own Kinsley Schmutz racing the 7D JR, alongside Owen Malmgren racing the 21M. Green light is out, and away we go. Demmel and Hoffbeck in a heated battle up front. Don't look now, though. Halopka, your points champion this year in this class, battles to the inside, moves up to the lead. Hoffbeck isn't going without a challenge, though. Fights back up through the inside. As we've got bumping and banging, one doing double flips on his side. Gives the thumbs up. That is good to see. Looks like that was the 20 of Austin Lockburner. Tried to go into an avoidance spin. And I believe that is the 26 of Malmgren, and locked his front tire on Zimmer's rear right wheel. Ended up going into a barrel roll there. I did see the 20 of Lockburner give the thumbs up. Let's take a quick replay at what happened there. Our top four in a heated battle. Zimmer goes around. Lockburner tries to go into an avoidance spin with nowhere to go. Locks on his side. Double barrel roll, lands on his left frame, the left side of his car, but you can see there he reaches his hand out, gives the thumbs up. Always scary when we see a car roll onto sides they're not supposed to be on, especially more so when it's youngsters like these. But it is good to see the thumbs up there from Lockburner. Lockburner, a spry 12 years old. You never like to see kids go around like that, but on the bright side, youngsters, very valiant, able to hold on. So we will get everyone lined up again. Halapka, Hoffbeck, Demmel, Dawson, and then the 7BJR of Schmutz in there. And it's the 26 of Zimmer. Or the 21 of Malmgren, and then the 26 of Zimmer. Lockburner's heat race has come to a close, obviously. So we are down to 7 through 3 and 4. Green light is out. And Halapka, your class champion, is going to lead them into 1 and 2. Halapka pulling away from the rest of the field. Hoffbeck holding on to a solid second. Equidistance behind is the 19 of Demmel. Hoffbeck gets a little high there, clips the fence. That gives Demmel a chance to close in slightly on the rear end of Hoffbeck as we are halfway through this final heat race of the junior wing class. A solo spin at the rear of the field from the 26 of Zimmer, going to get back around in time to not draw a caution. Out front, it's still Halapka, Hoffbeck, Demmel, with 2 laps remaining. White flag is out as Zimmer goes around once again, and that one will draw the caution as the rest of the field comes in tow. And I believe we will be going with a green-white checkered restart here. So we will tighten them up once again. Halapka, Hoffbeck, Demmel, Dawson, Schmutz will be your starting top 5. Tightening things up here on the back straightaway. Looks like we have a couple swaps left to make, so we're not going to go green this time by. But here we go. Starting lineup is good to go now. Coming out of 4, green flag is out. And we are racing. Halapka with the jump. Hoffbeck dives down low, tries to make a move. Nothing going there. Halapka has already set the pace and is 5, 6, 7 kart lengths ahead. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. One final time out of 3 and 4. Checkered flag is in his sights. your champion, the 99 of Bentley Halopka is your heat race winner. Hoffbeck going to finish second. Demel rounding out your podium. Then it's the 60 of Dawson and the 7DJR of Smuts rounding out your top 5 for heat race number 3 of 3 in the junior wing class. Up next, our sportsman class about to hit the track. 7 racers. 8 laps. Starting lineup is going to look like this. Remember, we're doing the inverted top 4. So your pole sitter will be Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin's Josh Fuster in the 76, alongside Trayton Velchek racing the 55 out of Rock Falls, Wisconsin. Row number 2, it's the 25 of Ramon Perez from Cumberland, Wisconsin. And your qualifying leader, the 74 of Jake Johnson out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Stranke, Pedersen, Huber rounding out your field as we get the green flag. Velchek out front early. Johnson takes to the outside, tries to make a move. Gonna duck down low to the inside. And this is why he is your qualifying leader. Finished second in the point standings this year, but he has something to prove. He's leading that 3-cart battle for the front. Perez moves up to second now, tucks down to the inside. Velchek sitting in third as we're now gonna move into a single file position for our top 3 racers who have absolutely pulled away from the rest of the field there. Nice gap before we get back to the 76 of Fuster and the 18X of Pedersen. Out front though, holding on to the lead halfway through this feature race, or this heat race. Heat race 1 of 1 in our sportsman class. It's Johnson. Perez right behind, gonna bide his time. We'll see if we might end up seeing a last lap or last turn battle for the lead. He goes down low, feels this is not the time. Coming out of 4, again goes down to the inside, tucks back behind once more. He's going to bide his time and try to make a move right at the end here. Through 3 and 4, white flag is out. Lap traffic going to come into play. We'll see if this helps Perez or Johnson. Perez to the inside. New race leader on the backstretch through 3 and 4. It'll be a drag race down to the line. Johnson to the inside. But Perez is going to take the heat race win. Johnson going to have to settle for a devastating second place. Velchek rounding out your top 3. Then it's Fuster and Pedersen for a close quarters battle in our solo sportsman heat race. Up next, another solo heat race. This time in our intermediate wing class, we have 10 racers hitting the track for 8 laps. Pole sitters, the 3J of Jonathan Pettit III out of Winona, Minnesota, alongside Callan Haas, racing the 17 out of Thorpe, Wisconsin. Reed Smith in the 44 on the inside of row 2, alongside Alan Byrne, your qualifying leader in the 8X. Traceth, Glumsky, Marthler, Cluckus, Henkel, Marthler, rounding out your field as the green flag flies. Pettit and Haas on the inside. Haas going to tuck down low to the lead. Byrne right there as well. Byrne moves up to second place. As we have bumping and banging up front. I believe that was Byrne, your heat race leader, going around in 4 there. Let's see what happened. It was close quarters battle all throughout the field there. Byrne goes down low, clips the front end of Haas, gets a little sideways. Haas gives the advantage to do a full spin there. Tight quarters racing is going to call for some tight quarters moments. And it looks like we may just be opting for a full restart there. It'll be Pettit and Haas in row 1, Smith and Byrne in row 2, then it's Audrey Traceth in the 20, the 27 of Xander Glumsky in row 3, 87 of Vincent Marthler in 4, along with the 8 of Kennedy Cluckus, and in that 5th and final row, It is the 22 of Ray Henkel and the 100 of Joseph Marthler. Looks like we're missing the 87 of Vincent Marthler. Going to make sure that everyone is in their correct restart order. And it looks like we are moving Byrne to the back there for that caution. So it'll be Pettit, Haas, Smith, Blumsky, Traceth, Cluckus, Marthler, and then, or Marthler, Henkel, and then Byrne at the rear of the field. Through 3 and 4, green flag is out, and we're back to intermediate wing heat racing action. Single file up front, it is Pettit with the lead. Right behind him, the 44 of Smith moves up to second, ducks down to the inside of Pettit, tries to make a move for the lead. New race leader through 1 and 2, Reese Smith, the man with a plan, up front. Finished second to Haas in the point standings this year. Isn't going to let that happen in this heat race. Haas sitting in third, has some pressure from Byrne on the outside. Byrne tucks down low to the inside. One of our racers pulling onto the infield there. Their heat race has come to a close. Halfway through, 4 laps remaining, and Smith is out front and absolutely pulling away from the rest of the pack. About half a straightaway back, we have the 3J of Pettit sitting in second. Then it's Haas, Blumsky, and Cluckus in third, fourth, and fifth. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. One final time through 3 and 4. Checkered flag is in his sights. The 44 of Reese Smith is going to take the heat race win tonight. Pettit the third going to settle for second. Then it's the 17 of Haas, 27 of Blumsky, and the 8 of Cluckus. Going to round out your top 5 for your intermediate wing heat race. Officially halfway through our heat races for the night. Up next, we have another twofer coming at you in our 125-250 wing class. 2 heat races. 13 racers in heat race number 1. It's going to be the 99 JR of Landon Suprai on the pole alongside Sioux Falls, South Dakota's 14 of Luke Garner. Row number 2 all the way from Missouri, it's the 3C of Carter Brooks and the 60 of Indianola, Iowa. Riley Dawson. Row number 3, Leah Reitzel out of Burt, Iowa, racing the 4, and Caleb Kropp from Menomonie in the 29. And all alone in row number 4, the 315 of Balsam Lake, Wisconsin's Jake Schur rounds out your 7-cart field. We're going to let them warm up their tires here quick. Give them a couple hot laps. And in the meantime, we have a moment to thank a few more of our sponsors, GRP Motorsports, David Jorgensen Insurance, and also a huge shout out to Henderson's Excavating and Landscape Supply, Shackleton Tree Service, and Natural Touch Landscaping, all along for the ride for the 2025 season, allowing us to bring you some great racing action every other week here throughout the summer at beautiful Thunder Hill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. As a reminder, we will be back tomorrow night for night number 2 of the Harvest Hustle. We'll be starting things an hour earlier than we did today. Gates open at 3:30. Racing cutoff is at 5 p.m. Racing at 6 Green flag flying on the track now as Suprai leads them into 1 and 2. The 3C of Brooks looks to the inside, tries to make a move through 3. Clean pass, and we have a new race leader on the front straightaway. Brooks, Suprai, Garner, Dawson, Reitzel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As Dawson moves to the inside, Dawson now up to second place. Dawson was your fastest qualifier earlier on today. He's looking to do the same in his heat race. Halfway through, and our top 2 racers pulling away from the rest of the field. A tight battle for first and second between Brooks and Dawson. Another tight battle, a straightaway back between Suprai and Garner. Little space before we get back to Reitzel, Kropp, and Schur. Out front, though, with 2 laps left, Dawson trying to make a move on the lead. White flag is out. Can Dawson make the move as we get into lap traffic? Will this help Brooks out or Dawson? Looks like it helps Brooks. Dawson has nowhere to go. Checkered flag flies. And Carter Brooks is going to be your heat race winner tonight. Riley Dawson going to have to settle for a hard-fought second. Suprai, Garner, Reitzel rounding out your top 5 for heat race number 1 of 2 for our 125-250 wing class. And boy, oh boy, well, we have a shot of the grandstands there. Take a look around, everybody, at the huge turnout we have here tonight. So many people coming out to enjoy some beautiful racing action on a nice Friday night here at Thunder Hill Speedway. I want to thank you guys all for coming out here for night number 1 of 2 for the Harvest Hustle. For those of you streaming live on MBTVsports.com, take a look at this great crowd. We're hoping to have some of you out here tomorrow night. And for those of you in the grandstands, we also hope to see you again back in the grandstands tomorrow afternoon and evening as well. A packed grandstand is exactly what we like to see here at Thunder Hill Speedway. Up next, heat race number 2 of our 125-250 wing class. Your starting lineup's going to look like this. Starting off on the pole on the inside of row number 1, it's the 66B of Blake DeSmith, racing out of Downing, Wisconsin, alongside the 22 of Davin Hawk from Rice Lake, Wisconsin. Inside row number 2, it's Wheeler, Wisconsin's Bentley Halapka in the 99 machine, alongside Rylan Reitzel racing the 8 out of Burt, Iowa. Moulter and Schur gonna round out your field as Hauk leads them into 1 and 2. Reitzel finished second in qualifying, has already moved up to second in this heat race, is putting the pace on Hawk, trying to get by, looks to the outside, tucks down low, trying to see what will be the best option to do a possible overtake, and there we see it, a nice slide to the inside. New race leader up front. Now we've got a tight battle for 4th and 5th as they lock going into 3 and 4. It's Halapka and Moulter. Moulter to the inside, tries to make the move, gets locked on the inside of Halapka there. That is going to backpedal them to the rear of the field. Let's take a look at what happened there. Deep drive into 3. Moulter gets up on Halapka's side. Halapka holding his ground there. Again, hops right onto the inside and rear wheel of Halapka. A couple bumps on the track help unlock them. Definitely an exciting night of heat race action here. So our restarting lineup is going to end up looking like this. Out front, we have the 22 of Davin Hauk, and it's the 8 of Reitzel, the 66B of DeSmith. Then we have the 311 of Schur finishing, or holding on to 4th. Then Halapka and Molter will round out your restarting lineup. Looks like Halapka is actually going to be able to get his spot back. Going to move up slightly. To second place, I guess. The battle had been for 4th and 5th, and it looks like there, Halapka is going to move back to 4th place. So he does get his spot back. It is still Hauk, Reitzel, DeSmith in 1, 2, 3, Halapka in 4th. Then Schur and Molter rounding out your 6-cart field. We'll tighten things up on the back straightaway there. Green flag flies once again. Hauk leads him out front. Reitzel tries to duck down low, moves out high, looking for any move to possibly pass the 22 of Hauk. They get side by side through 1 and 2. A battle for the lead. Slight advantage to Reitzel. Going into 3 and 4, he's going to hold on to it. Rylan Reitzel, your new race leader. Halapka looking to the outside of DeSmith, trying to take over that 3rd place position. Once that final step on the podium with 2 laps left to go, the battle is now for 3rd place between Halapka and DeSmith. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go. Slight advantage to Halapka that time by. Can he complete the pass? Yes, he can. And at the last moment, coming out of 4, it'll be a yellow checkered. Your heat race leader, Reitzel, spins it in 4. And that is not what Reitzel wanted to see. Davin Hauk gonna hold on to a lead there. A sigh of relief from Hauk's side. Halapka DeSmith finishing 2nd and 3rd. Then it's Molter Schur. And a devastating last place finish after a hard-fought battle from Rylan Riker. Anna Mahagan saying, "Grip it and rip it" on YouTube. Sending some shout-outs to our racers out there. That was our 125 250 wing set of heat races. Up next, we have our lone Pro Mod Karts heat race about to hit the track. 7 racers, 8 laps. Pole sitter is going to be the 555 of Matt Velchek out of Hudson, Wisconsin. To his right, the 19 of Northfield, Minnesota's Tom Gillis. Inside row number 2, it's going to be an Underdahl row 2, the 17 of Trevis on the inside, the 17G of Gavin on the outside. Row 3, it's the 18 of Dan Pedersen from Webster, Minnesota, and the 91 of Tatum Gillis from Northfield, Minnesota. And all alone in row number 4, the 5J of Matt Jewison, racing out of Blooming Prairie, Minnesota. Velchek, Gillis, Underdahl, Pedersen, Gillis, Jewison, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tighten it up into turn number 3. The hammer is down. And it's Velchek setting the pace in 1 and 2. Gillis swaps down to the inside as Underdahl moves into the middle. Able to surpass them both, take over the lead, and set a blistering pace. That is Gavin Underdahl with already a half straightaway lead after just making the pass a mere lap ago. Trevis now up to 2nd place, setting his sights. On the other underdoll up front, Gillis, Velchek in third and fourth. Then we have the other Gillis in fifth. Underdoll, Gillis, Velchek, Gillis. Velchek's currently in a Gillis sandwich right there. Lots of family camaraderie going on the track as one of our racers goes around. Looks like that's Velchek. And I believe that will draw the caution at the halfway mark of this heat race. So we will tighten them up before we give a quick restart here. So now this will be an interesting restart because it is going to be double underdolls up front, double Gillises in third and fourth. And it'll be Pedersen, Jewison, Velchek. So we have underdoll, Gillis, 1, 2, 3, 4. Dual family rivalries up at the lead. Through 3, green flag is out. The underdoll's gonna set the pace. The Gillisi going to follow behind. Pedersen trying to get into the mix. He may say, I don't have a family member out on the track, but I'm going to fight the other families. Try to get into these top 5 positions. Meanwhile, out front, Gavin Underdahl leading the charge. Trevis sitting in second. Pedersen making his way into a Gillis sandwich there. Moving into fourth around the 91 of Tatum Gillis. Tatum back to fifth. White flag flies, one more lap to go for Gavin Underdahl. He was your fastest qualifier earlier today, and he is your heat race winner tonight. Gavin Underdahl takes the checkered flag. Travis Underdahl gonna finish second. Tom Gillis rounding out your podium. Then it's Pedersen and Tatum Gillis finishing out your top 5 for the Pro Mod Karts solo heat race. Up next, we have a trio of K&K Racing micro sprint heat races about to hit the track. 3 heats, 21 racers. Heat race number 1, however, is going to look like this. Inside of row number 1, it's the 13M of Riley Dawson out of Indianola, Iowa, alongside Mason Hale racing the 28 out of Trempealeau. Row number 2, it's the 128 of Marshall Willing from Becker, Minnesota. And to his right, your fastest qualifier for the evening from Pewaukee, Wisconsin, the 37Z of Jake Zimmerman. Inside row number 3, the 22 of Brennan Newell and the 46G of Jackson Jiragi. And all alone in that 4th and final row, the 628 of Brian Link. And my bad, it looks like I accidentally skipped over a class there. So it's actually the 500 open wings out there. My apologies. So your starting lineup will look like this for our lone 500 open wing class. We have the 47 of Nate Carroll on the pole alongside the 60 of Riley Dawson. Inside row number 2, Jackson Eiler racing the 30J. To his right, fastest qualifier, the 84T of Brody Tucker. Fastest qualifier of the night, actually, with a 9.821 second lap. Row number 3, it's the 8 of Brody Conkey and the 22 of Davin Hauk. Row number 4, it's Mike Seil and Caleb Kropp racing the 62 and 29, respectively. We'll give them a chance to warm up their tires there. As we get ready for our lone 500 open wing heat race. Lineup seems to be good. Green flag is out, and it's Dawson with the great hop off the line there, pulling away from the rest of the field. Dawson going to be your early race leader, but he's got company on his tail. The 84T of Tucker, your fastest qualifier, moving up as the 29 of Crop moves to the infield there, up and over the berm. His card has been restarted and he is back out there. But we will take a moment here to reline everyone up. Lineup's good. Green flag is out. Dawson again with a great hop. Tucker following in behind him. Looks to the outside, much closer for our top two on this restart. As now it's the 8 of Conkey, looping it in 3 and 4. Taking a quick look at what happened there, moving into 3, flirting with 4 wide, gets 3 wide, and Conkey with nowhere to go taps the wheel with the, I believe that was the 30J of Eiler, if I'm seeing things correctly. Just had nowhere to go on that one. Rough spot for Conkey. But third time is the charm here. So we'll get everyone relined up. And it looks like we may tentatively be opting for a single file restart this time by. After a couple failed attempts at starts here, want to make sure we can get our racing underway in the 500 open wing class. Conkey trying to get his spot back in the middle there. Going to find his spot at the rear of the field though. Green flag is out, and this time it's Carroll with a nice start there. Out front all alone, open track ahead of him. But we've got another looper. Crop getting squirrely in 1 and 2. Going to get the push down into the infield. And Crop's heat race has come to a close. Green flag is out. Carroll again with a nice restart there. Tucker up to third, setting his sights on Dawson. Carroll, Dawson, Tucker, 1, 2, 3. Conkey making his way back up through the field after that restart there. Conkey already up to 4th from 8th. Out front all alone though, it is still Carroll with about a 3 to 4 cart advantage over the 6D of Dawson. Single file throughout the field. Uneven hitting up front. Two laps left to go. Tucker still trying to fight to take over that second place spot. Fastest qualifier earlier this evening. Trying the high line now. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. He's able to move down on Dawson. Slides high. Drag race to the line. And by a hair, Tucker is going to hold on to that second place finish. Nate Carroll, though, with the heat race win, flag to flag, holding on for that W there. Tucker going to take over that second place spot. Dawson rounding out your podium for a caution-heavy 500 open wing class. Now we will be moving into our K&K Racing micro sprints class. We heard the starting lineup earlier. My apologies once again, but now we will rehear it for our actual first heat race of the K&K Racing micro sprints class. Inside of row number 1, it is the 13M of Riley Dawson out of Indianola, Iowa, alongside Trempealeau, Wisconsin's 28 of Mason Hale. Row number 2 to the inside, it's the 128 of Marshall Willing from Becker, Minnesota. To his right, fastest qualifier from Pewaukee, Wisconsin, the 37Z of Jake Zimmerman. Inside row number 3 from New Richmond, Wisconsin, Brennan Newble piloting the 22. And to his right, Jackson Jiragi racing the 46G out of Ellsworth, Wisconsin. All alone in that fourth and final row from New Richmond, Wisconsin, it is the 628 of Brian Link. Looks like we will be doing some light track prep here before we get into our K&K Racing micro sprints class. So we'll just take a moment here. If you are in the grandstands, now would be a great time to get up, stretch a little bit. Otherwise, for those of you streaming on MBTVsports.com, we'll hear a quick word from a few of our sponsors.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
With over 40 years of experience producing quality racing components, we're excited to unveil the Kevco Drive Shaft. Our Kevco Drive Shafts are 100% made in the USA from USA-sourced materials. We have developed our drive shafts using precision machine yokes that offer more clearance with higher strength than any other shaft on the market. Our yokes are then zinc-plated black for long-lasting protection. All our drive shafts are meticulously hand-built and balanced on our brand-new Superior Driveline Shaft Master drive shaft machine. Every carbon fiber Kevco drive shaft comes loaded with Spicer 1310, solid-body, non-greasable universal joints for superior strength. We offer U-joints, U-bolts, slip yokes, and anything you may need for your drive shaft. Kevco has the ability to custom build any length drive shaft for any application you may need, whether it be mild steel, chromoly, aluminum, or carbon fiber. Call us today at 800-770-3557 or check us out on the web at kevcoracing.com.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Toe Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Toe Pro has made that happen.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellersells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Yeah, Butler-Built has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler-Built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, you know, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day. So as me as a sprint car driver specifically, you know, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different. And guys like us, you know, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So yeah, it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
Welcome back, race fans. Our track prep has completed. And unfortunately, we have a smoking micro sprint there on the infield. Again, not a start that we want to see. Beginning of our first race in the K&K Racing Micro Sprint class. Track crew on the scene. Once again, your starting lineup is going to look like this. Dawson and Hale On the pole, Willing Zimmerman in row 2, Newville and Jiragi in row 3, Link all alone in the 4th and final row. As we have our carts all lined up, ready to go. Green flag is out. And it's Dawson out front leading the charge. Hale taking that high line. We're 3 wide on the backstretch there. Willing and Zimmerman down to the inside as the yellow comes out. Not quite sure what that caution was there. Maybe it wasn't the exact start we were looking for. Green light is out once again. As Willing able to jump down to the inside. That restart worked in Willing's favor. Hale taking the extreme high line on the outside. Dawson following behind. It's Willing, Hale, Zimmerman, Jiragi, Newville. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As one of our racers moves down to the infield. We started with 7. We're down to 5. As another caution comes out, looks like that is the 37Z of Zimmerman. Zimmerman was the one who tried to pull to the infield there. Looks like he didn't quite make it all the way in. Want to make sure that we have safe racing conditions out here at Thunder Hill Speedway. So we're going to slow things down, get everyone back into racing order as Zimmerman is now fully to the infield. Once again, just taking a moment to realign everyone up before we get back to green flag racing conditions. Looks like we might be opting for a single file restart here. Green flag is out. Willing leading the charge into 1 and 2. Mason Hale again with that extreme high line. It's working for him, but he's got company down to the inside. Jiragi and Newville trying to take over that second place spot. They have him in the corners when he goes way high. Hale opting to take the safe line, goes down low. Through 1 and 2, back up to that extreme high line. Newville tucking it down to the inside. It's still Willing, Hale, Jiragi, Newville, Dawson, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Willing putting on a show out front, pulling away from the rest of the field here. He is trying to be a force to be reckoned with tonight. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our first K&K Racing Micro Sprint Heat Race of the night. Checkered flies, and Marshall Willings a heat race winner. Mason Hale gonna finish second. Newville rounds out your podium. Then it's Jiragi and Dawson rounding out your top 5 here in heat race number 1. Starting things off strong in the K&K Racing Micro Sprint class. That was heat 1 of 3. Up next, heat race number 2. Your starting lineup is going to look like this. On the pole, it's the X of Paul Residlo, fresh off a broken rib, alongside Mason Subert in the 99. Row 2, it's the 19L of Landry Singleton. To their right, the 88 of Caleb Moen. Inside row number 3, it's the 4J of Joe Snow from Princeton, Minnesota, alongside Alyssa Eddy, racing the 100 out of St. Michael, Minnesota. And all alone in that 4th and final row from Clear Lake, Wisconsin, the 12 of Brian Newville. 7 racers, 8 laps for heat race number 2 of our K&K Racing Micro Sprints class. Lineup is good. Green flag is out. And Residlo is going to lead the charge into 1 and 2. Singleton looks to the inside, makes a move up to second. Setner sights on Residlo, your heat race leader. Residlo goes high. Singleton with the shot to the inside, not quite able to make it work there. Subert taking that extreme high line, looking to do the outside there. As we're flirting with 3 and 4 wide throughout the top 4 of our field there. Singleton back to third. Subert now taking sole possession of second, setting his sights on Residlo. Moen moves up to third. Subert a little high, bumping into the top spot. Residlo moves slightly back to second there. Slight advantage to Subert that time around. Onto the front straightaway. It's fully Subert this time. Residlo's got him in the corners. Subert's got him on the straights. Moen's waiting in the wings for anything to happen. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. Moen slides to the inside. Subert with the tuck down move to the middle. 3 wide through 3 and 4. Drag race to the line. Who's it gonna be? My, oh my, that is too close for me to tell, but it looks like Caleb Moen is the heat race winner. Residlo finishing second. Subert rounding out your top 3. All 3 of them within a few thousandths of a second of each other for an amazing 3 wide heat race finish. That may have only been a heat race, but if that is any show of what we can expect for the feature, we are in for a treat. Let's take a quick look here. This is the final lap going through that heat race. Full movement around the track through 3 and 4. Moen moves down to the middle, swaps up high. Subert, they are braiding hair here, the way they are swapping back and forth. All 3 cars passing the finish line at the exact same time. Wowza. I cannot believe how close of a finish that was. And I'm expecting even more from them later on tonight. Up next, though, heat race number 3 of 3 for your K&K Racing Micro Sprint class. Pole sitter is going to be Jackson Peters in the 26P, side by side with the C71 of Carter Jensrud out of River Falls, Wisconsin. Row 2 at St. Cloud, Minnesota's Owen Henricks in the 10 and Jackson Gray in the 7G. Friedrich and Hale in row 3, Wolbeck in row 4 as the green flag flies, and Peters leading the pack into 1 and 2. Peters and Jensrud 1 and 2. Right behind them, the 7G of Gray, making it a 3 wide battle for the top spot. They saw that last heat race and said, we'll do you one better. We'll try to stick 3 wide throughout the opening laps here. Jensrud now taking full possession of the lead, but through 3 and 4, Gray's getting up into the mix. Peters with a slight step back moves to 4th. Henricks up to 3rd now. It's turned into a 2-racer battle for the top spot. Another 2-racer battle for 3rd and 4th just behind. All 4 of our top racers opting to take that extreme high line. The 28X of Maddie Hale taking that deep low line, trying to get some movement on the folks up front. It's still side by side for the lead. 2 laps left to go. Gray taking that deep low line. Jensrud taking that extreme high line. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. Final time through 3 and 4. Checkered flag is in his sights. Heat race winner is going to be the C71 of Carter Jensrud. Gray going to finish second. Peters rounds out your podium. Then it is Henricks and Hale finishing off your top 5. Man, those K&K Racing micro sprints sure know how to give us a heck of a show, if one thing's for sure. I'm excited to see them out for the main events later on tonight, where they will be battling it out for $200 to win this evening. Up next, though, our Legends Direct Legend cars. We have 12 racers, going to split them up into 2 separate heats. So heat race 1 is going to look like this. On the pole, it's the 7 of Burnett, Wisconsin's Lily Fassbender. To her right, Ridgeland, Wisconsin's 94 of Levi Brewer. Inside row number 2, it's the 59S of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin's Hayden Schmuel. And the 86 of Davey Pinnell from Sparta, Wisconsin, your fastest qualifier earlier today. Row number 3, it's the 5X of Keith Moline from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. And Tim Franz racing the 51 out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Green flag is out. Fassbender leading the charge into 1 and 2. We've got a tight 4-rider battle for that top spot. Slight advantage that time around to the 59S of Schmuel. Schmuel up to the lead. Fassbender back to second. Brewer and Pinnell getting into the mix as well. Pinnell now up to second place, setting his sights on the 59S of Schmuel. Brewer up to third. Fassbender fighting back on the outside. It is all Schmuel out front. Pinnell biding his time, seeing what'll work. Brewer and Fassbender still locked in a heated side-by-side battle for that final podium spot. Pinnell looking to the inside, seeing if that might work. Halfway through this 8-lap heat race, it's Schmuel, Pinnell, Fassbender, Brewer, Moline, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As it currently stands, 2 laps left to go. Pinnell now looking to the outside, ducks back a little bit, sees if a drive down to the inside might work. White flag is out. 1 lap left to go for our racers. Checkered flag is in their sights. Pinnell tucks it down low, but Schmuel has it. Schmuel taking the checkered flag. Checkered flag is out there. Schmuel going to take the win. Pinnell going to finish second. Fassbender rounding out your podium. Brewer and Moline going to finish off your top 5 for heat race number 1 of the Legends Direct Legend Cars class. Up next, heat race number 2, your starting lineup looks like this. The 19X of Cal Swenson on the inside. Derek Crumrye in the 33 on the outside. Row number 2, it's the 49 of Cumberland, Wisconsin's Aiden Erickson. And the 4S of Chris Sleep from Osseo, Wisconsin. And in that third and final row, it's Pierre, South Dakota's 60 of Mark Brewer. And Sun Prairie, Wisconsin's Cade Riseborough piloting the 57. 6 racers, 8 laps for our final Legends Direct Legend Cars heat race of the night. Green flag is out and already issues for the 4S of Sleep. Not the start we were looking for, so we are going to reline everyone up there and roll it back once again for a quick restart there. The pack is lined up and good to go here. So this time by, we will now be receiving the green flag. Early jump there for the 19 of Swenson. Another rough start. We're going to give them one more lap. Try to get everyone a little bit tighter here. going to push Swenson back to that second row. Erickson now going to be your pole sitter, as we'll give them one more lap to get lined up. So now it is Erickson, Krumrye up front, Swenson, Sleep in row 2, Brewer and Reisdorf rounding out your field. Green flag is out. A little bit better start that time by Sleep with the way high line up there. Erickson, though, holding on to that lead out front. Swenson trying to battle back, holds on to second, wants that top spot that he had earlier on before having to move back a row. Sleep gets, or the 60 of Brewer gets all sorts of slideways. He's able to control it and hold on so we can stay green flag racing. Fishtailing all about the track, but up front it's still Erickson, Swenson, Sleep, Krumrye, 1, 2, 3, 4. Erickson with the low line, Swenson with the midline, as Krumrye and Sleep get into each other. Sleep is around Krumrye with nowhere to go. Gets collected there. Let's take a look at what happened here. Through 1 and 2, Sleep tucks down low. Krumrye holding on to that inside line. Not too happy about that right there. Krumrye with that inside line. Held on to his spot. Sleep tried to pull a fast one there. Ended up collecting himself in the meantime. Both racers going to pull back out onto the track. Steve Blair saying, okay, Thunderhill, this is Apache Junction, Arizona. Grandparents of 34, Brantley Langer, 70 JR, Kinsley Schmutz, 7 of Easton Schultz. Wish them a great race. Nice to see people from all across the country tuning in tonight for some great racing action here at beautiful Thunderhill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. Viewers from all the way in Arizona checking us out here to watch the family race. Single file restart here. It'll be Erickson, Swenson, Krumrye, Reisdorf, Brewer, your top 5. Sleep, after causing that caution, moves to the rear of the field. Green flag flies. Erickson with a nice hop off the line there. Swenson, though, right behind him, goes down to the inside, tries to show a tire. Erickson has the solid line, though. He's able to pull away. Swenson's got him in the corners. Erickson pulls away quicker out of the turns. Krumrye waiting in the wings for something to work out in his favor. We've got a three-racer battle at the rear of the field raging as well between Reisdorf, Sleep, and Brewer. Sleep tucks it down to the inside, moves up to that 4th place position, sets his sights back on that battle for the top 3. White flag is out, though, and Erickson has pulled away from Swenson. The restart worked in his favor. Through 3 and 4, checkered flag is out. And Erickson is going to be a heat race winner tonight in heat number 2 of the Legends Direct Legend Cars class. Swenson going to finish 2nd. Krumrye rounding out your podium. Then it is Sleep and Reisdorf in 4th and 5th. And just like that, we've officially come to our final heat race of the evening. Our Gopher Midget Racing Series heat race. 6 racers who will be battling it out for $1,000 to win during our main event later on tonight. So we know that these racers will be giving it their all right now in hopes of a nice starting grid spot for the feature. Our starting lineup is going to look like this. On the inside of row number 1 from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it is the 7 of Caleb Moen. Side by side with the 57 of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin's Matt Rashek. Row number 2 on the inside, it's the 45 of Jack Berger from Lake Elmo, Minnesota. Side by side with Johnny Parsons III, racing the 85 from Owatonna, Minnesota. And in that third and final row to the inside, it's the C71 of River Falls, Wisconsin's Carter Jensrud. And to his right, the 56 of Matt Johnson out of St. Peter, Minnesota. 6 racers, 8 laps in our solo Gopher Midget Racing Series heat race. Jensrud gonna get a quick bump start there. Going to give them a couple laps here to make their way around the track. Make sure everyone's in their correct restart order. Green flag is good to go. And our final heat race of the night is officially underway. Out front and pulling away from the rest of the field. Your early race leader showing these racers how it is done. The 57 of Matt Rashek pulling away. The 7 of Moen, first time in a midget, holding on to a solid second place as it stands. Jensrud hot on his tail, trying to take over that second place spot. He slides up into second. Moen battles back on the front stretch. Slight advantage to Jensrud that time around. Moen just a hair behind in third. Jensrud now setting his sights on Rashek. Takes the low line, slides up high. New race leader in our Gopher Midget Racing Series heat race. Carter Jensrud up to the top spot. Rashek back to second. Moen slides way high, almost takes out the front of the 57 of Rashek. Moen's going to move up into second place. Rashek right behind in third now. As Moen's throwing flames out the side. Checkered flag flew and Carter Jensrud is the heat race winner. Wow, all sorts of stuff going on around there. Lost the checkered flag in the mix, but it is Jensrud, Moen, Rashek, your top 3. Berger and Johnson rounding out your top 5. And just like that, we have officially come to a close on our heat racing action for the night. I believe we will be bringing out our rookie cage racers for their A main before we get into, or I believe we're going to B main racing, my bad. So we will be doing our Arbox B main up next. "13 racers coming out for 10 laps. top 2 will be making their way into the A main event later on tonight for $100 to win. The other 11 racers will come to a close for the evening, so they will be giving it their all, and it's the top 2 spots we will want to keep an eye on. Your starting lineup going to look like this. On the inside of row number 1, it's the 18 of Landon Peterson. To his right, the 85 of Thatcher Nelson. Row number 2, it's Grant Brooks racing the 1X and Levi Anderson in the 44. Inside row number 3, the 20 of Brian Whitaker and the 16X of Oakley Booth. Row number 4, it's Otto Erickson piloting the 32 and the 19H of Henrik Hollerud racing out of Spring Valley, Wisconsin. Row number 5, it's Colfax, Wisconsin's. Row number 5, it is Menomonie, Wisconsin's very own Barrett Evans racing the 88E and Ledger Canton B racing the 16 out of Milan, Minnesota. Row number 6 on the inside, it's the 2 of Oakley, Frericks J, and Sullivan Phil racing the 95 from Rolling Stone, Minnesota. And all alone in that 7th and final row from Boyd, Wisconsin, it is the 60 of Lane Baker. 13 racers, 10 laps, only 2 will be moving on to the A feature later on this evening. Lineup is good to go. Green light out of turn number 4, and it's Thatcher Nelson with the early race lead, bumping and banging all sorts. Everyone's getting collected. And it looks like it's the 88E of Evans who's come to a stop there on the inside of turn number 2. We're going to bring everyone to a stop in 1 and 2, make sure we're good to go, and we will realign everyone up here once again. The youngsters out here really excited to hopefully make their way into the A main later on tonight, but they know that only 2 are able to make it there. So they will be giving it their all every second of this race to try to ensure that final 2 transfer positions are theirs. Track crew on the scene, making sure that everyone is in their correct restarting order before we get back to some green flag racing momentarily. Once again, your lineup should look like this. Pedersen, Nelson out front, Brooks, Anderson in row 2, then it's Whitaker and Booth in row 3. Row 4 is Erickson, Hollerud. Row 5 is Evans, Canton B. Row 6, Frericks J and Phil. And all alone in that 7th and final row, the 60 of Baker. Lineup seems to be good here, so we are all set and ready to go for our restart for our first of 2 B mains for the evening. Through 3 and 4. Not quite what we were looking for, so we're going to bring them to a pause once again, make sure that everyone is all set and ready. Looks like the 16 of Oakley Booth, I believe that is, moving up to his correct restarting order. And trying to refire the 18 of Pedersen here. moving Canton B back to his spot. Hollerud back up to his correct starting spot. And there we go. Everyone is refired in their correct starting order. And now we are good to go back for some B main racing action. Onto the back stretch, Pedersen and Nelson leading the charge. A slow crawl through 3 and 4. Green flag is out, and Nelson with an absolutely amazing start there. Already with a half straightaway gap on the battle for second. It is a 4-racer battle for that final transfer position. Pedersen getting sideways. He's able to hold on to it, though. Baker to his outside. Canton B to the inside. But right now, it's Nelson and Brooks up front in those lone transfer positions. Oakley Booth finished second in the point standings this year, and he is in trouble to possibly not transfer through to the A main. Tucks down to the inside of Brooks. Brooks battles back to the inside for a crossover technique, but it's all Booth up into that third place spot. Or up into second as they come up on the 18 of Pedersen. Who is going down a lap. Pedersen gets knocked into a few of those racers, spins around, and that will draw the caution. So we will bring them back out to the front straightaway again. Stop them in turn number 1. And it looks like we will be going with a single file restart here. We got a couple laps into the books, I believe 3 laps in. I want to make sure we can get a solid start here. Check out the 60 of Baker, though. Started dead last in 13th. Has already moved their way up to 4th place. You know, whether they get a transfer position or not, that right there is a solid run for the 60 of Baker. 13th to 4th. Your starting lineup, it's the 85 of Nelson, 16X of Booth, 1X of Brooks, 60 of Baker, and 44 of Anderson for your top 5. Booth down to the inside, makes a move on Nelson. Booth up to the lead. Nelson back to second. He's battling it back on the outside, but Booth has the preferred line. Baker's looking down to the inside of Brooks, trying to make a move into that 3rd place spot. Baker now up to 3rd, setting their sights on Nelson. Looks down to the inside. Nelson holds the line, bumping and banging. Nelson goes around in that final transfer position, and Nelson is back under power. It will draw the caution, however. And this will be a very interesting restart, as we'll see how this prevails. We'll bring them to a stop on the front straightaway there, as our officials figure out what the order is going to be here. Baker being flagged to pull to the infield. So Baker's night has come to a close. Our lineup now looks like this. The 16X of Booth, the 85 of Nelson. Taking a sigh of relief, then it'll be the 1X of Brooks, the 16 of Canton B, 88E of Evans, 19H of Hollerud, then the 95 of Phil, rest of the crew in tow behind them. Lineup is good to go. We will send them back out as we're halfway through this first of two B mains. Through 3 and 4, green flag is out. Booth leads the charge on the front stretch. Nelson sitting in that final transfer position. The 1X of Brooks trying to take a look to the outside, ducks down low to the inside, sees what Nelson's moves are. All the while, the 88E of Evans able to move up to the inside of Brooks, setting his sights on Nelson now. Nelson holding off a 2-racer challenge for the final transfer spot. Brooks giving it his all, looks to the outside, tucks down low. Evans now to the inside of Nelson, drag race into 3. Evans up to the final transfer position. Nelson not going without a fight, though, as the caution is out once again. Seems as though the 16 of Canton B going around in turn number 2. And yet another sigh of relief from Nelson, as Evans had just completed the pass, but it goes on the last finished lap. Second save of the night for Nelson. Still going to be able to hold on to that second place spot. Booth and Nelson take their places up front. Evans in third, then it's the 1X of Brooks. Then the 95 of Phil moves into 5th. Followed by the 2 of Frericks J and the 19H of Hollerud. Rest of the crew going to follow behind. As a reminder, we will be back for our second night of the Harvest Hustle tomorrow. Gates open at 3:30 p.m. 5 o'clock is when the final draw occurs. Heat racing or racing action starts at 6 p.m. So everything that you saw today, we will be doing tomorrow as well, just an hour earlier than normal. Lineup seems to be good. Booth, Nelson, Evans, Brooks, Phil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Coming out of 4. Waiting on a couple racers at the rear of the field, so we're going to tighten them up here, make sure everyone is good to go. Want to make sure we have a solid restart here. Green light is out. Evans. I was going to say, if that start stood, that would have been a wild one. Evans tucked down low on that jump there. Tried to make the move. Hadn't gotten the green flag quite yet. We'll bring it under caution once again. Booth, Nelson. Who's in third? Evans going to get his spot back in third. Then it's the 1X of Brooks, 95 of Phil. Rest of the field going to follow in tow for what is shaping up to be a very interesting Arbox B main. Track officials making sure that the starting lineup is correct once again here before we get back to some green flag racing action. It looks like we will be moving Evans back one. Brooks now will be up to third after that jump. So it's Booth, Nelson, Brooks, Evans, Hill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lineup is good to go. We'll send them onto the back straightaway. See if we can get the green flag this time around. Not quite. Second half of the field trying to get up to the first half. Now we should be all good to go through 3 and 4. Green flag flies. Booth off the line. Nelson in second. Evans able to move back up to that third place spot. Setting his sight. Nelson. We have 4 laps left to go. Brooks fights on the outside. Tries to take that third place spot back over. We've got some company behind. Well, Phil's in the mix. The 2 of Frericks, Jay is in the mix as well, but it's still Nelson fighting off a 5-cart battle for that final transfer position with only 2 laps left to go. Booth is out front, has no worries there. The battle we're watching is for second. Coming up to the white flag, 1 more lap to go. Evans tucking down to the inside, trying to see if a move might be able to happen there. Nelson holding on to that line. Evans goes down to the inside, side by side. It's a drag race into 3. Nelson gets sideways, collects Evans, and it's Phil who goes to the outside, takes the checkered flag, and Phil is going to be moving to the A main event for a yellow checkered flag there. What a wild finish to that B main. Nelson tried to hold his ground, tucked down a little too low, as Evans was already up beside him. Wow, that was not an end expected there, but it was some great racing action. And, you know, like we've been saying all night, it is setting us up for a very exciting A main. Quick replay on MBTVsports.com. Evans already halfway up through the side of Nelson. Nelson tries to cut down low and had nowhere to go, collects Evans. Phil biding his time on the outside there, able to get by unscathed. And that brings us to our final B main of the night, the junior wing class. Once again, top 2 racers from this class will be moving up to the A main. Your starting lineup is going to look like this. Row number 1, it's the 10 of Bentley Kramer and the 6D of Marshall Dawson. Row 2, it's the 47 of Olivia Bang and Gavin Danielson in the 64. Kinsley Schmutz piloting the 7D JR and Ashton Fahrenholtz in the 21 in row 3. Brandon Stevens in the 15 On the inside of row 4, alongside Owen Malmgren in the 21M. Row number 5, it's Easton Schultz in the 7S and Avery Anderson in the 71A. Row number 6, it's the 26 of Kimber Zimmer alongside Ethan Martineau in the 22E. And in that 7th and final row, the 3J of Jonathan Pettit III, and to the outside, the 20 of Austin Lockburner. After going up and around barrel rolling earlier today, green flag is out. Dawson on the outside tries to make a move for the lead, but it's the 10 of Kramer holding on strong. Dawson, Vang all battling it out for those final 2 transmissions. Dawson tucked down to the inside, not able to make the move on Kramer that time. Dawson's got 8 laps to make this move if he wants to do it. He's in a transfer position now. He saw what happened last race and says, I'm willing to take my time, hold on to second if I need to. I just need to make sure I finish this race. But he finds the spot, is able to move on to the inside. Dawson now up to the lead. Kramer back to second, but fights back. Kramer now back up to the lead. Dawson not giving up on the outside as we have a caution on the field. Looks like that is the 26 of Zimmer. Went around in turn number 2 there. And that actually worked out to Dawson's benefit, as Kramer had passed him back, but it goes to last complete where Dawson had been out front. So it'll be Dawson leading the charge on this restart. Kramer in second, Vang in third. Then it's Pettit. Started 13th. Pettit now up to 4th. He's definitely going to be someone to keep an eye on this race. 3 laps in and he's moved up 10 positions. Then we have the 21 of Fahrenholz rounding out your top 5 on this restart. Making sure everyone is all good to go in their correct restarting order here before we get back to green flag racing in just a moment. Lineup seems to be good, sending them through 3 and out of 4. Green flag is out. Dawson gonna lead the charge into 1 and 2. Kramer in second. Pettit muscling his way up to the inside of Vang. As Fahrenholz tucks down to the inside, Vang barely avoiding a spin out there. As the caution's gonna come out, looks like we have someone up on their side. Don't tell me. Oh, I thought it was Lockburner for a minute going for round 2, but it's the 21M of Owen Malmgren up on his side. I believe I saw the thumbs up there from Malmgren, so that's good to see. But track crew still going to check in on Owen, make sure that he is all good here. Malmgren going to get pushed down to the infield there. Malmgren's night, fortunately, has come to a close. Restart is going to be the 60 of Dawson, 10 of Kramer, 3J of Pettit III, 47 of Vang. Looks like Vang will be moving up to that 3rd place spot, as once again it goes last completed lap and they hadn't finalized that position change yet. Pettit fighting tooth and nail to hold on to that 3rd place spot. Going to move into his spot in fourth, though. Then it looks like we have the 64 of Danielson sitting in fifth, as Fahrenholtz had spun around in turn 2 there. Lineup seems to be good. However, it looks like Fahrenholtz will be making his way back up there, or at least attempting to. Fahrenholtz brings himself back up to that 5th place position. So once again, Dawson, Kramer, Vang, Pettit, Fahrenholtz is your top 5 as it stands. And Fahrenholtz once again drops to the rear of the field. Gonna bring a track crew over there. Needed a quick pull start. And let's see if we can get it next time by. Fahrenholtz back up to 5th there. Going to try to tighten up the field here. Dawson's going to slow down for the rest of the pack, as the second half of our field has experienced some issues. Well, we have a moment. Might as well thank a few sponsors. Steve Rowan Enterprises and Polish Enterprise LLC along for the ride this year, along with Cody Plumbing, TL Sins Plumbing Inc., and Louis Bjork and Family Septic Service. Thank you all for joining us for the 2025 season and supporting the racing efforts here back on the track. B main, green light back underway. Dawson and Kramer out front. Vang holding on to 3rd. Pettit battles to the inside. Tries to take that 3rd place position back once again. Looks to the outside. Working on Vang. Top 2 spots still holding on to their transfer positions. It's Dawson and Kramer. 1, 2, Vang and Pettit battling for 3rd and 4th. Pettit to the outside, secures the pass and sets his sights on Kramer for that final transfer position, inching up closer as we've got another cart up on its side here. Can't tell from this angle what number that is. Track crew on the scene immediately. Looks like that was the 22E of Ethan Martineau. Quick replay of what happened here. Some bumping and banging at the rear of the field. Martineau gets pushed up to the fence, rides the fence up to the side, and ends up on his side. Lucky to see Martineau is all good to go, though. Back up on 4 wheels the way he should be. Three laps left to go. officials making sure the lineup is all good to go. Pile up at the rear of the field. Lineup seems to be good now. We'll see if we might be able to get a green flag this time around. Green flag out. And there we go, back to racing action. Dawson out front, Kramer in that final transfer position. Pettit all over Kramer's tail, looks to the inside, sees if a pass can be made, is able to do it. Pettit up to second, takes over that final position. Kramer tries to battle back, has nowhere to go. White flag is out, checkered flag is in their sights. Dawson is your B-main winner. Pettit, the third, rounds out your transfer positions, and Kramer going to have to settle for a devastating third place in this B main. But a hard-fought battle for Pettit from 13th to 2nd. A great race on Pettit's side, and that officially brings a close to our B main events for the evening. I believe we will be moving into our Rookie Cage A main event next. And then may follow up with a quick intermission or track prep moment afterwards. But here we have our Rookie Cage racers hitting the track for their 10 laps. Looks like 4 of our 5 racers have made it out on there. There we have our 5th racer. Lineups looking like this. We have the 19 of Onyx Webb, the 13 of Lisa Moulter, the 22 of Theo LeBlond, 11 of Brooklyn Demmel, and the 60 JR of Mila Baker. 5 racers making their way out for 10 laps around the 6 Mile Thunder Hill Speedway. Once again, you know, as we were saying earlier today, these racers definitely not going to be the most traditional race that you've seen. We kind of just send these youngsters out, let them have some fun behind the wheel, you know, get to know what it's like to be a kart racer. But they still have some pretty great action there. You can see the 11 of Brooklyn Demmel battling with the 19 of Onyx Webb, some side-by-side racing action. Webb with the nice move down to the inside, finding where the good lines are here on this track, making their way around the 13 of Moulter. Nice little battle going on between the 60 JR of Baker and the 22 of LeBlond. Baker and LeBlond, a couple regulars in this class this season. Excited to see where they will be moving throughout the ranks in the next couple years, but the Rookie Cage class, always fun to watch, as this is who we will be seeing out on the track for the next, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years or so. And check out the bright pink 13 of Lisa Moulter there. Lisa putting in a great solid run there. Seeing what that low line is able to do. Another lap in the books for our rookie cage racers. Solid battle still raging between Baker and LeBlanc. Now Webb's trying to get into the mix as well. We might be seeing a 3-racer battle on the back straightaway. Webb looks to the outside of LeBlanc. LeBlanc powers back on the inside. It's becoming a heated battle here through 3 and 4. Webb's able to sneak by LeBlanc, setting their sights on Baker. Side by side through 1 and 2. Baker with the inside line, powers through. Webb puts the pedal to the metal on the backstretch, is able to make the pass complete. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our racers. And 1 final time through 3 and 4. Checkered flag is gonna fly for Onyx, Webb, Mila Baker, Brooklyn Demmel, Theo LeBlanc, and Lisa Moulter. Another thing we like to do with our rookie cage racers here is we want to make sure they all experience the feelings, the glow that they get when making their way into victory lane. So as opposed to just one of our racers heading to the infield, we're going to send all 5 of our carts into the infield so each of these racers can experience what it's like to be standing inside the Thunderhill Speedway victory lane. So we'll give them all a chance to climb out of their carts, make their way up there. But as a reminder, this is the future of the sport. So once we have all 5 up there, I want to hear one of the loudest rounds of applause that we can get from the evening. We'll still give it another minute. We don't need to do it quite yet. But once these youngsters are out there, we want to make sure we can show them how happy we are to see them powering through this late night race. Most of these kids racing past their bedtimes this evening. I see a few of them have jumped out of their carts, removed their helmets, have started making their way up to the Thunderhill Speedway victory lane. And it looks like we have just about all of them. So once again, let's hear it for your rookie cage racers. Mila Baker, Brooklyn Demmel, Theo LeBlanc, Lisa Moulter, and Onyx Webb. Huge congratulations to all 5 of our rookie cage racers, showing us what they've got behind the wheel of their carts. We'll let them enjoy their time in victory lane here as we'll take a brief intermission. If you are in the grandstands, feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, grab some food, hit the restroom. If you're live streaming on MBTVsports.com, get up off the couch momentarily, and we will be back with our A main events momentarily.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup. And without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellersells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Yeah, Butler Build has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day. So as me as a sprint car driver specifically, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different. And guys like us, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So yeah, it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bowl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
Welcome back, race fans. Track prep is just getting completed over here before we get into our A main event racing action. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 more races left to go this evening, and I can already tell that they are going to be some great races. We have our Arbox and Junior Wings to start off. We just got off of their B mains a few moments ago. Now we'll be able to see what the A mains are able to bring out for us, as they are all battling back and forth for $100 to win. After that, we have our Sportsman and Intermediate Wings, as well as our 125, 250 wings, and our Pro Mod classes. All of those races also battling for $100 to win tonight. Following that will be our Pro Mod class, or our 500 Open class, racing for $150 to win. Our K&K Racing Micro Sprints, racing for a solid $200 to win. $500 to win in our Legends Direct Legend cards, as well as, I believe I misspoke earlier, I think it's actually $500 to win tonight for the Gopher Midget Racing Series. I believe it was 8 cars to get the $1,000 to win. So maybe we'll end up seeing that tomorrow night. But in the meantime, still some big money payouts for all of our races here this evening. And we will be starting things off with our Arbox class momentarily. So if you are in the grandstands right now and running over to the restroom or grabbing something from the concession stand, make sure you quickly start making your way back over to your seats. If you are live streaming tonight's events on MBTVsports.com or through the MBTV Sports Facebook or YouTube pages, make sure if you're listening from the kitchen, ran to the restroom, stopped over at the bedroom or something, make sure you start making your way back over to the television set so we can get back to some green flag action. I see them calling out the Arbox Racers, which means it is time for your A feature starting lineup, which is going to look a little something like this. On the pole, starting off on the inside, it's the 4 of Luke Pettit, side by side with championship winner from this year, the 36 of Henry Junker. Row number 2, it's Palmer Haas in the 21, alongside the 3R of Remington Kipka. Row number 3, racing the 23, it's Harper Halapka, and the 10 of Jack Canton. Row number 4, racing the 9A, it's Carter Lang, alongside Axel Fahrenholtz in the 20X. Row number 5, Jace Frericks racing the 38J and Brantley Langer racing the 34. And our 2 racers making their way through from the B main earlier this evening, the 16X of Oakley Booth and the 95 of Sullivan Phil. Green flag is out, and we are racing. Luke Pettit going to lead the charge into 1 and 2. Junker following in suit behind. A nice gap before we have a 6-cart battle for position. A couple going all around. I saw Booth was in the mix there from the last row already up to the middle of the field. It looks like that's the 3R of Kipka that went around. And I can't quite catch the number on that other cart there. Let's see what happened. Booth already moving up to 5th. Kipka cuts down low on the 20X of Fahrenholtz. A 6-racer battle for position in the midfield for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. That was already some pretty solid racing action there. So first caution out of the way for our main events. The Arboxes have gotten it out of their system, and hopefully we'll see some solid green flag racing action from here on out. But it looks like we are going with a full restart as we hadn't quite completed that first lap. So once again, your lineup will look like this. Pettit and Junker out front. Haas, Kipka in row 2. Halapka and Canton in 3. Row 4 is Lang and Fahrenholtz. Row 5 is Frericks and Langer. And then the 6th and final row will be Booth and Phil making their way up from that B main earlier on. Lineup seems to be good. Phil hanging back slightly, now making his way up into his position there through turn 3 into 4. Lights are down, and it's Pettit and Junker side by side into 1 and 2. Pettit now all alone out front, Junker in second, the rest of the field in tow behind. Fourth on back. It is anyone's game at this point. Junker still holding on to that solid second place spot. Kipka in third. Booth from the last row already up to 4th place. Made his pass on Haas. Now he's setting his sights on Kipka. Little bumping and banging there. three-racer battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th, but a close battle for 2nd and 3rd as well. Junker on the outside, Kipka trying to duck down to the inside to take over that 2nd place position, but out front all alone, it is the 4 of Luke Pettit putting on a show for everyone here today. 38 off the pace slightly. He's going to get tucked into the infield there. Looks like that was the 38J of Frericks. Not quite sure what's going on there. He is off the track and looks like he will be making his way back out there. But this will give a chance for our racers to re-line up. Kind of tighten things a little bit. And it'll be Pettit, Junker, Kipka, Booth, Haas in your top 5 for this restart. We're just about at the halfway point of this A main. 5 laps into this 12-lap main event. Pettit and Junker gonna pull ahead, along with Kipka, Booth, and Haas. Rest of the pack gonna follow in tow behind. Lineup seems to be good, so we will make our way through 3 and 4. Green flag is out, and Pettit's gonna pull away from the pack. Top 3 setting themselves with a bit of distance between them and that 4th place battle. Booth now trying to get up into the mix as well. It's still Pettit, Junker, Kipka. Kipka looks to the outside. As we've got a solo spin there. Looks like that was the 10 of Canton. He's able to get back under power there to avoid a caution. 5 laps left to go, 4 laps left to go in this 12-lap main. 2/3 of the way through, Kipka able to get by Junker for that 2nd place spot. We'll see if he has enough time to set his sights on Pettit, but Pettit has checked out front. Booth holding on to 4th, but Halapka's trying to battle up underneath him, take over that 4th place spot. Junker's still not giving up on that 2nd place position though. Kipka trying to pull away from Junker, set his sights on Pettit, but white flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our racers. Onto the back straightaway. Coming up on some lap traffic, but I think Pettit has decided where he wants to finish. Checkered's in his sights, and Luke Pettit is a feature race winner tonight. Kipka's gonna finish 2nd. Junker will round out your podium, and it's Booth and Halapka finishing off the top 5 for our first full main event of the evening. We were able to get through with only a couple cautions, and now, leading lap to lap, the 4 of Luke Pettit is going to pull his way into the Thunder Hill Speedway victory lane. We'll give him a moment to unbuckle himself from his cart, make sure that he is all set and ready to go, that his helmet and gear is off. And as he climbs out, let's hear it for your feature race winner. Mom and Dad joining him in victory lane, helping him with his helmet removal. There we go. Dad's got it off for him. He's got the checkered flag in his hands. Give it up for your race winner, Luke Pettit. We'll let Pettit celebrate his time in victory lane. And as he gets some photos with his family there, we'll give you your starting lineup for the junior wing class. 12 racers, 12 laps. Starting lineup is going to look like this. Inside row number 1, it's the 11 of Jackson Godfrey, side by side with the 8 of Alan Byrne out of Trempealeau, Wisconsin. Bentley Halapka in the 99 and Carter Brooks racing the 3C make up row number 2. Row number 3, it's the 31 of Menominee's very own Grant Keller and the 14 of Archer Hoffbeck. Row number 4, it's Tanner Johnson piloting the 18 alongside the 2K of Luke Krieger. Row number 5 sees the 19 of Owatonna, Minnesota's Jacob Demmel and the 17M of Garrett Moorfeld out of Fort Madison, Iowa, your fastest qualifier from earlier this evening. And in that 6th and final row, making their way through the B main, it's the 6D of Marshall Dawson and the 3J of Jonathan Pettit III. Green flag is out, and Godfrey leads the pack. Byrne goes around, everyone goes into an avoidance spin. And that will draw our first caution for the junior wing class. Let's take a look at what happened there. Going into 3, Godfrey leading the charge alongside Brooks. Byrne up onto the berm. Everyone else goes through the outside, making sure they're able to avoid him there. And Byrne will now find his spot back at the rear of the field. And we'll try this a second time now. Onto the back stretch. Lineup seems to be good through 3 and 4. Green light is out, and we're back to green flag conditions. This time it's the 3C of Brooks with the charge on the outside, pulling away from the rest of the field. The 11 of Godfrey pulls into tow in second. Then it's the 99 of Halapka in third. Little bit of space before we get back to that battle for 4th and 5th and 6th between Keller, Pettit, and Hoffbeck. Pettit from the back row already up to the 5th place position. But the 3-racer battle is still raging out front. Brooks, Godfrey, Halapka, 1, 2, 3. Little space before we get back to Keller and Pettit. Halapka looking to the outside of Godfrey, tucks down to the inside, side by side on the back straightaway. It's a drag race into 3. Halapka's able to hold on to that 2nd place spot. Godfrey back to 3rd solo, but he's going to battle back. Tries to fight to the inside, still slight advantage to Halapka. Halapka ducks down low, Godfrey bumping and banging on the inside berm, but he's going to hold on to it. Pettit now up to 4th place. It's a 4-racer battle for the lead here as we're starting to single file out. Halapka looks to the outside of Brooks, sees if there's a move there. Halapka was your championship in the points this year. There's a reason he's able to work his way through the pack, and he's trying to figure out what he can do in these final 4 laps to take the win on night number 1 of the Harvest Hustle. Pettit takes a look to the outside of Godfrey, seeing if he might be able to move things around on that final step of the podium. Halapka, a little bit of bumping and banging there, slight touching, looks down to the inside, tucks outside, seeing whatever can happen. We have a lapped racer coming into the mix as well, making his way out through the top 4 now back there. But up front, it's still Brooks, Halapka, white flag is out. One more lap to go to see if Halapka can make a move. He tries to duck down low. That's not going to work out. He makes the move high. It's going to be a drag race to the checkered. But your feature race winner by a hair, the 3C of Carter Brooks, is going to take the win today. Halapka, with a hard-fought battle, going to settle for second. Godfrey rounds out your podium. And from the back of the pack, the 3J of Pettit III finishes 4th. 31 of Keller going to round out your top 5 for another eventful battle there. You know, we saw 4 racers duking it out up front. You know, I love getting to see these junior wing racers give it their all because, you know, even though they may not be as new as the rookie cage racers or the Arbox class, these are still youngsters. And so it's the, you know, future of the sport out there showing us what they got. We'll be seeing them move up through the ranks through the upcoming years, and it's awesome to see these battles developing early on. As he pulls into the Thunder Hill Speedway victory lane, grabs the checkered flag. Give it up for your feature race winner, Carter Brooks. He'll celebrate his time, well-deserved, in the Thunder Hill Speedway victory lane. Will we give you your starting lineup for your next A main event, the Sportsman class. 7 racers about to hit the deck. Your pole sitter is going to be the 25 of Ramon Perez out of Cumberland, Wisconsin, side by side with the 74 of Eau Claire's Jake Johnson. Row number 2 from Rock Falls, Wisconsin, it's Trayton Velchek in the 55. And to the outside, the 76 of Josh Fuster from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Row number 3, erasing the 18X from Webster, Minnesota, it's Dan Pedersen. And to his right, from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's the 88 of Rick Strenke. And all alone in that 4th and final row from Chautauqua, Wisconsin, it's the 3X of Keith Hubbard. 7 racers, 12 laps for our Sportsman A main event. Well, we have a moment here before our next class hits the track. Want to just give a quick reminder about tomorrow's activities, where we will be back for day number 2 of the Harvest Hustle. We'll be starting things an hour earlier tomorrow, so gates will be opening at 3:30. The cutoff for drivers will be 5 p.m. Racing starts at 6 p.m. tomorrow, and we have lots of great racing action in store for you folks. We will be doing a complete show tomorrow, just like we did today. We will have Saturday night dashes, qualifying. We have upped the winning amounts tomorrow. Lots of great action as we have our green flag in the Sportsman class tonight. Side-by-side battle for the lead out front. Johnson looking to make a move on the outside. Perez holding on to that lead. But look out, it's the 55 of Matt Velchek making his way to the inside, trying to take over that second place position and set his sights on Perez, the leader. It's a drag race through 3 and 4, nose to nose between Velchek and Johnson. They are helmet to helmet, side by side, paint rubbing back and forth. All the while, Perez is slowly but surely inching further and further ahead of this 2-racer battle for 2nd and 3rd. Nice gap has developed between our top 3 racers and 4th on back. The battles are up front. A full straightaway advantage from third to fourth. Nice little racing action there at the rear of the field as well. But out front and leading the charge, the 25 of Ramon Perez. Holding on strong. In second, Johnson has taken full possession of that second place spot. He's trying to make a move up on Perez, but will he have enough time after fighting through that battle with Velchek for second? It's still Perez, Johnson, Velchek, 1, 2, 3. 2 laps left to go. Fuster and Pedersen sitting in 4th and 5th just outside of this battle for the podium. White flag is flying, 1 more lap to go for Ramon Perez. Coming out of 4 one final time. Checkered flag is in his sights. Ramon Perez is a feature race winner. Jake Johnson going to finish second in the 74. The 55 of Matt Velchek going around, or Trayton Velchek going to round out your podium. Then it's Fuster and Pedersen finishing off the top 5. But on the top step of the podium, making his way into the Thunder Hill Speedway victory lane. He'll climb out of his cart, grab onto that well-deserved checkered flag, and give it up for your feature race winner, Ramon Perez! Up next, intermediate wing racers going to be hitting the track. 10 racers, 12 laps. Your starting lineup is going to look like this. Reese Smith on the pole alongside Jonathan Pettit the 3rd in the 3J. Colin Haas in the 17, Xander Glumsky in the 27, row 2. Row 8, it's Cluckus, or row 3, it's Cluckus in the 8, Traceth in the 20th. Marthler, Henkel, Byrne, Marthler round out your field. Green flag flies, and it's Smith. Haas, Pettit, 1, 2, 3. Looks like the 27 of Glumsky has come to a close for the evening as Glumsky's pulled onto the infield. Lineup is good, so we'll get a quick restart here. Green light is out. Smith, Pettit, Haas, 1, 2, 3 into 1 and 2. As Smith develops a strong lead, pulling away from that battle for 2nd and 3rd. Nice side-by-side battle just outside of the podium. Turning into a 3-wide battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. It's Traceth and Byrne currently sitting in 4th and 5th. Battle raging on strong for 2nd and 3rd as Pettit holds on to that 2nd place spot. Haas battling in 3rd. The 8 of Cluckus getting up into the mix, trying to make a move into that top 5, able to get by Traceth. The battle for 2nd and 3rd now turning into a battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as the 8X of Byrne trying to get into the mix as well. About 2 cart lengths separate 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th place. Pettit holding on strong to that 2nd place position. Haas still trying to take it back over. Had it momentarily at the beginning of the race. And now Byrne wants to get into the mix as well from the back row, already battling up for 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. But out front with a commanding lead, the 44 of Reese Smith, showing these racers how it's done in the intermediate wing class. Two-thirds of the way through this race, and Byrne is able to get by the 17 of Haas, take over that final podium position. Haas still battling back, your points champion from earlier this year, wants to at least finish on the podium for night number 1 of the Harvest Hustle, but Byrne is giving it all he's got to hold on to that position. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go, as Smith has about a half lap advantage over 2nd place. Through 3 and 4, checkered flag flies. Reese Smith is a feature race winner. Pettit with issues, so Haas and Byrne will finish 2nd and 3rd respectively. Pettit back to 4th. Cluckus rounds out your top 5. But pulling into victory lane after putting on an absolute clinic in the intermediate wing class. We'll give him a chance to climb out of his cart and pull his helmet off quick. And as he grabs on to the checkered flag that he so well deserves, give it up for your feature race winner in the intermediate wing class, the 44 of Reese Smith. As Reese celebrates his time in the Thunderhill Speedway victory lane, we'll give you our starting lineup for our next A main event, the 125-250 wing class. On the inside of row number 1, it's the 3C of Carter Brooks, side by side with the 22 of Davin Hauk. Row number 2 sees Riley Dawson racing the 6D and Bentley Halapka in the 99 machine. Row number 3, it's the 99 JR of Landon Suprai and the 66B of Blake DeSmith. It's the 14 of Luke Garner and the 13E of Nick Moulter in row 4. Row 5 is Leah Reitzel racing the 4 on the inside and Jamison Schur in the 311 on the outside. Row number 6, the 29 of Caleb Kropp side by side with Rylan Reitzel racing the 8. And all alone in the 7th and final row, the 315 of Jake Schur rounds out your 13 racer field. 13 racers, 15 laps in the 125-250 wing class. We'll give them a chance to, get a feel for the racing surface, warm their tires up a bit before we get into some green flag racing action here in just a few minutes. Also, we've talked a little bit about tomorrow night's race, but also want to give a quick reminder that tomorrow is not the last race of the season here at Thunderhill Speedway, as we will be back one final time Saturday, October 11th for the Bone Shaker Showdown, where for the first time ever, we will be seeing A-Mod bracket racing on this beautiful 6-mile oval. Yes, you heard me right, folks. A-Mod bracket racing at Thunderhill Speedway. We'll be sending out full-size A-Mods 2 at a time, We'll also be having micro sprints, Legends Direct Legend cars, and the Go for Midget Racing Series as well. But we've already had a few A-mods out here to test the track out. It was absolutely amazing seeing them out there. We've already had about 8 different drivers show interest. About 6 have committed so far. So, we'll have some great A-mod racing action here at Thunder Hill Speedway in Menomonie, Wisconsin. So make sure, if you haven't already, put that on your calendars. Saturday, October 11th. Pit gates will be opening at 4 p.m., qualifying at 6 p.m., and races to follow. Plus, we'll also be doing an autograph session for the fans as well. $200 to win for the Legends Direct Legend cars. We'll have some wings, 600 A-Class micro sprints doing $300 to win, $1,000 to win for the Go for Midget Racing Series. And then we also have a $1,000 winner-take-all A-mod bracket race. So make sure to put that on your schedule and come back out for our final race of the year, the Bone Shaker Showdown, Saturday, October 11th. Tires are warmed up. Racers are getting in their correct restart order, or correct starting order, and we will be green flag racing here, possibly next lap. Might take a couple laps here. Looks like one more lap and we should be all good to go. Going to tighten up the field here. Make our way into turn number 3. Green flag is out and away we go. 125, 250 wing racing. Halapka taking that outside line, all sorts of bumping and banging. We're gonna stay green though. Looks like that was Suprai getting a little slideways there. Out front, it's the 3C of Brooks holding on to that lead, the 6D of Dawson and the 99 of Halapka following behind. Suprai bumping and banging, going to make his way into the infield there. And it looks like the caution is going to come out. Carter Brooks, fresh off a feature-raced win in the junior wing class earlier on this evening, looking to go 2 for 2 on the night. If he ends up getting a win in the 125-250 wing class as well. Delaware double file restart. It'll be Brooks out front all alone in that first full row. Dawson and Halapka side by side, then Hauk and DeSmith in that second full row. Reitzel and Moulter behind. Green flag is out. Dawson rockets to the outside, makes a move on the right. Will he be able to hold on to that lead? He's given it all he's got, and he is holding on. Dawson is your new race leader, ladies and gentlemen. Brooks going to move back to second. Halapka still holding on to third with a gap developing. between Halapka and Hauk in fourth. Just like that, the 8 of Ryland Reitzel moving up into that 5th place position, setting their sights on the 22 of Hauk. Single file throughout the field. Closest battle seems to be that spot for 4th and 5th between Hauk and Reitzel. Only about 2 cart lengths separating them. Suprai with some issues in turn 4, but he's going to keep it running. Another lap in the books for Dawson as we're over halfway through this main event here. 14 of Luke Garner. Gonna loop it in turn number 4. That will draw the caution. So we'll re-rack and restack everyone. It'll tighten things up a little bit. Your lineup currently sitting the 60 of Dawson out front. Brooks and Halapka will be side by side in that first full row in this Delaware double file restart. Then it will be Hauk and Reitzel in that second full row right behind. Rest of the field in tow from there on after. Officials just making sure everyone is in their correct restarting order before we can get back to some green flag racing. 66B of Blake to Smith. Moving back a row there, and now it looks like we should be good. We're going to tighten them up. Give them one more lap before we get back to some feature racing action. Halfway through our A features for the evening. Bit of a gap growing there between our second full row and the rows behind, so making sure that everyone is good to go there. In the meantime, I'm going to give a shout out to a few more of our sponsors that we have here. Cedar Lake Speedway and Red Cedar Speedway joining us for the season, along with Olson Funeral Home and Cremation Service, Hollywood Tan, K1 Race Gear by Ryan Bowers Motorsports, and Jig E Signs and Graphics. Big shout out to all of them for joining us for the 2025 season here at Thunder Hill Speedway. If it weren't for our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to bring you all the great racing action that we have here every other week throughout the summer. So make sure when you're out in the community, you're supporting them the same way that they are supporting our efforts here. And we are always looking for more sponsors to join on next season. So if you or anyone you know is looking to sponsor, whether it be races here at Thunder Hill Speedway or sponsor the live streaming efforts, feel free to reach out to either Chad at Thunder Hill Speedway or Matt Bowl here at MBTV Sports. And we're always open to new sponsorships to grow. But back on the track, it looks like we might be ready to go. Next lap by. Just making sure everyone is ready at the rear of the field. Looks like we see the 13E of Moulter moving up into his correct restart position. There's the 4 of Leah Reitzel. Through 3 and 4, there we finally get the green flag ready to go. And out front, it's the 6D of Dawson pulling away along with the 99 of Halapka, leaving the 3C of Brooks behind in third, but he's got company. The 8 of Reitzel and the 22 of Hack holding on to that battle for third, fourth, and fifth. As now Dawson is pulling away, Halapka might be seeing some battles raging on behind him as Brooks, Reitzel, and Hauk slowly start to inch their way up into that second place battle. But out front with a blistering pace, the 6D of Dawson already making his way through lap traffic. White flag is out, one more lap to go for our 125-250 wing class. He's on the back straightaway, one final time out of 4, checkers in his sight, and Riley Dawson is a feature race winner. The 3C of Brooks is going to end up settling for second. 99 of Halapka rounds out your podium. Then it's the 8 of Rylan Reitzel and the 22 of Hout finishing off the top 5 for you. But at the end of the day, there can only be one race winner in each class. So the 6D is going to make his way into the Thunderhill Speedway victory lane. The nice feature winner plaque there being propped up against his cart. And as he unbuckles, takes off his helmet, and gets all situated in the Thunderhill Speedway victory lane, let's give it up for your feature race winner, the 6D of Riley Dawson. We'll let Riley celebrate in victory lane with his friends and family. And while he does that, we will move into the starting lineup for our next main event, the Pro Mod Kart class. Starting lineup is going to look a little something like this. We've got an Underdahl front row. Inside, it's going to be the 17G of Gavin Underdahl. Outside, the 17 of Travis Underdahl, both hailing from Northfield, Minnesota. Inside row number 2, racing the 19 from Northfield, it's Tom Gillis. To his right, Webster's 18 of Dan Pedersen. Row number 3, the 91, also from Northfield, Tatum Gillis, side by side with Hudson, Wisconsin's Matt Velchek, racing the 555. And rounding out your 7-cart field from Blooming Prairie, Minnesota, it's the 5J of Matt Jewison. 7 carts, 12 laps, for our Pro Mod Kart feature. $100 to win. We'll give them a moment to get all lined up before we throw our first green. Racers are lined up. Green flag is out, and away we go. Early race leader is going to end up being the 17G of Gavin Underdahl. Travis looks down to the inside, tries to tuck it down low, but Gavin's got the premier spot. He's going to hold on to the lead there and try to set some distance between him and Travis Underdahl. But don't look now, the 91 of Tatum Gillis trying to get into the mix as well. Hot on their tail, sitting in third. We've got Underdahl, Gillis, 1, 2, 3, 4. Matt Belchick's now trying to get into the mix as well. Belchick in the middle of a Gillis sandwich there, separating the two Gillises, Tatum and Tom. But out front, the battle is still raging between Gavin Underdahl and Travis Underdahl. The 91 machine of Tatum Gillis trying to make a move on Travis into that second place spot. But we've also got a 3-kart battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th raging as well. Side by side for second place, it's Travis and Tatum, 2 and 3, holding on strong. Gavin has checked out in the lead, but the battle is for second. Another close battle right behind. Three laps left to go. As the 555 of Belchek loops it on the front straightaway, this is going to draw everyone closer together as we end up bringing the caution out, I believe. Belchek gonna get a quick restart there. Pull back out onto the track, and we'll get everyone back in their correct restarting orders. Delaware double file restart will find the 17G of Gavin Underdahl out front all alone. In that first full row behind him, it'll be the 17 of Travis Underdahl and the 91 of Tatum Gillis. Behind them, the 19 of Tom Gillis will be sitting in fourth. Looks like we also have the 18 of Pedersen up there. Then the 5J of Jewison and the 555 of Velchek round out your field. Giving them the 1 to go. Through 1 and 2, they're going to tighten it up on the backstretch here. Make our way through turn number 3. Coming out of 4, they're going to get the green light. And away they go. Gavin leading the charge into 1 and 2. Already putting some distance between himself and the battle for 2nd and 3rd. A little bit of off-roading there from one of our racers. But out front, all alone, it's still Gavin Underdahl leading the charge. Who is going to take this battle for second, though? Travis Underdahl has it. Tatum Gillis wants it. Will it be an Underdahl 1-2? Will Gillis be able to get into the mix? What's it going to look like? White flag is out. One more lap to go for our racers. Gillis to the inside. It's side by side through 1 and 2 as they come up on lap traffic. Let's see how this plays a role. It's now all Gillis in second. Underdahl's going to take the win. Who's got second? It's going to be Gillis finishing second. Travis Underdahl going to have to settle for third. The 19 of Tom Gillis in fourth. Jewison is going to round out your top 5. But out front, leading from flag to flag, it is going to be the 17G of Gavin Underdahl leading the charge here. He's had a solid showing all night long, and now he is finishing things off by rolling into the Thunderhill Speedway victory lane. He is going to hop out of his cart, and as he removed his helmet, well, he keep his helmet on, but as he poses, give it up for your feature race winner, the 17G of Gavin Underdahl. Gavin Underdahl with a clean sweep for the night, topped the qualifying session this afternoon, won the heat race, and ended up winning the feature as well. Congrats to Gavin Underdahl. Up next, though, we're going to end up bringing out our 500 open wing class for their A main event. 8 racers, 15 laps, and your lineup's going to look like this. It's the 47 of Nate Carroll from Runnels, Iowa on the pole, side by side with Pella, Iowa's Brody Tucker in the 84T. Row number 2 out of Indianola, Iowa, it's Riley Dawson in the 6D, fresh off a feature race win, side by side with the 8 of Elk Mound, Wisconsin's Brody Conkey. Row number 3 from Indianola, Iowa, it's Mike Silly in the 62, alongside Davin Hawks, racing the 22 out of Rice Lake, Wisconsin. And in that 4th row, to the inside, it's the 30J of Jackson Eiler from Lake City, Iowa. And to the outside, Menomoni's very own Caleb Kropp in the 29. 8 racers, 15 laps in our 500 open wing class. $150 to win. These racers will be battling it out for. Tired super quick, and now line it up on the front straightaway before we hit the track for 15 laps of side by side racing action. Brody Tucker was your fastest qualifier earlier today. Nate Carroll was your heat race winner. We'll see who will be the first to take 2, or if we'll see a 3rd winner in this class tonight. Tightening up on the back straightaway, making their way into turn 3. Green flag flies. And it's the 84T of Tucker leading the pack into 1 and 2 and pulling away from the rest of the field. Dawson up to second, setting his sights on Tucker. He's fresh off a feature race win, and he's trying to make it 2 for the night. He's already won $100. He wants to add 150 more to his wallet. The 8 of Conkey now moving up to 3rd as well, trying to get into the mix. seeing if he might be able to play up at the front of the field as well. But Carroll's not going without a fight. He's battling back. He's already started past Conky, and he's made his way away from him, trying to set a gap in there between them. Out front, though, Tucker and Dawson pulling away from the rest of the field. Tucker with a blistering pace there, almost a full straightaway separation between him and the 6D of Dawson. Another straightaway separation before we get back to that battle for third and fourth between Carroll, Conky, and now Hawk getting into the mix as well. Halfway through this A main, and we are all over the track here. Lap traffic intermixed throughout, racing in every corner. But it is still Tucker, Dawson, Carroll, Hauk, Conky, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got one spinning in 4. Looks like that may have been the 47 of Carroll. Another spinning in 2. Looks like that's the 30J of Eiler. And that will finally draw the caution. Looked like we were going to skirt by without one. Eiler's going to get a quick bump start, though, as we get everyone re-lined up here. So your lineup should look a little something like this. We'll go with a Delaware double file restart. Out front all alone, the 84T of Brody Tucker leading the charge. In that first full row, it's the 6D of Dawson and the 8 of Conky. Second row is going to see the 22 of Hauk. And with Eiler moving to the back of the pack, I believe it'll be the 62 machine of Mike Silly, sitting in 5th now. Then it'll be the 47 of Carroll, the 29 of Crop, and Eiler rounding out your 8-part field. As the green light flies, we're jumping and banging on the inside berm there. As Carroll tries to make some moves, not going to work out for him though. Conky though, able to slide up into second, surpass the 6T of Dawson, and set his sights on the 84T of Tucker. Tucker has already gone out with the win though, pulled away from the rest of the pack. Caution's gonna fly though. As it actually looks like Tucker was the cause of that caution. I didn't have my eyes on him, but he is going to move to the rear of the field, which will cause an interesting change for these final 4 laps. New lineup is going to look like this. The 8 of Conky out front, 60 of Dawson in second, then it's the 22 of Hauk, 62 of Silly, and then the 47 of Nate Carroll rounding out your top 5. Crop and Tucker going to round out the rest of the field, as I no longer see Eiler out there. Getting everyone re-lined up in their Delaware double file restart order. And we'll see if with 4 laps left to go, the 84T of Tucker is able to prevail. Will Conky be a new race winner in this class? Will Dawson take his second feature race win of the night? Tucker already up to 4th, now up to 3rd, setting his sights on Dawson. All the while, Conky is out front trying to put as much space in between him and the rest of the field as possible. 2 laps left to go. Conky, Dawson Tucker, Hauk, Carroll, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. White flag is in the air. One more lap to go. He finished 5th in qualifying, 4th in the heat, and the feature race win is his. It's the 8 of Brody Conkey taking the win tonight. The 60 of Dawson gonna settle for 2nd. 84T of Tucker rounds out your podium for an interesting and exciting 500 open wing class. So we'll give the 8 of Conkey a chance to make his way into the Thunder Hill Speedway victory lane. Gonna get a couple celebratory donuts from him before rolling in. Friends and family already chasing him out there. We'll stack that plaque in front of his car, and after a well-earned feature race win, we'll let him climb out of his cart, grab onto that ever-coveted checkered flag, and as he climbs out front, make sure to give it up for your feature race winner, the 8 of Brody Conkey! We'll let Brody celebrate his time in the Thunder Hill Speedway victory lane here as we get all ready for your next A main event, the K&K Racing Micro Sprint class. While we do some light track prep, your starting lineup is going to end up looking like this. Starting off on the pole, inside of row number 1, it's the 128 of Marshall Willing. To his right on the outside of row number 1, the 88 of Caleb Moen. Inside row number 2 from River Falls, Wisconsin, the C71 of Carter Jensrud. Side by side with the 28 from Trempealeau, Wisconsin, Mason Hale. Row number 3 out of Duluth, Paul Residlow piloting the X alongside the 7G of Ankeny, Iowa's Jackson Gray. Row number 4, the 22 out of New Richmond, Wisconsin, it's Brendan Newville. And to his right, the Welch, Minnesota native, Mason Subert racing the 99. Row number 5 on the inside, it's the 26P from Waupun, Wisconsin, Jackson Peters. And on the outside from Ellsworth, Wisconsin, Jackson Jiragi racing the 46G. Inside row number 6, Landry Singleton piloting the 19L. Alongside the 10 of Owen Henricks out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Row number 7, the 13M of Indianola, Iowa's Riley Dawson, alongside Princeton, Minnesota's 4J of Joe Snow. Row number 8 on the inside, it's the 28X of Maddie Hale from Trempealeau, Wisconsin, along with the 100 of St. Michael, Minnesota's Alyssa Eddy. Row number 9 on the inside, it's the 3J out of Hudson, Wisconsin. That's Brandon Friedrich. And to the outside, the 12 from Clear Lake, Wisconsin, Brian Newville. Row number 10 on the inside, the 7C of Charlie Wolbeck, racing out of Hudson, Wisconsin, alongside Pewaukee, Wisconsin's 37Z of Jake Zimmerman. And all alone in that 11th and final row, the 628 of Brian Link rounds out your field. 21 racers, 20 laps for our K&K Racing micro sprint class, where they are racing for $200 to win. The track prep has come to a close, so we're going to bring out our K&K Racing micro sprint class. Getting all lined up and ready to go to take 20 laps around this 6-mile oval in beautiful Menomonie, Wisconsin. Just like that, we are just about to go for our K&K Racing micro sprint class. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had any fun yet tonight for some reason, be ready for one of the best races of the evening, as we are about to see some crazy racing action all throughout the field here. From the front row all the way back to the 11th row, you are in store for a great race with the K&K Racing Micro Sprint Division. We're going to tighten it up, coming out of 2 onto the back straightaway. As we make our way onto the front stretch, I believe I saw the 1 to go sign. Grab your phones, get your cameras ready, as this is the race you're going to want to take. Through 3 and 4, green light is out, and away we go! Moen taking the extreme outside line, Willing on that inside line, drifting high, new race leader as Moen has the slight advantage there on the high line. Wheeling back to second, Genbrute still holding on to third, and it's the X of Residlo now moving up to fourth as we have the caution lights flying. Looks like one of our racers having some issues there on the backstretch. Pulled to the infield, trying to make their way back out. Let's take a look and see if we can figure out what happened here. Coming out of turn 2, takes the turn just a little bit too tight, moves on into the infield. He's going to pull his way back out onto the Speedway as we get everyone lined up in their Delaware double file restart order. Top 5 should be sitting like this. The 88 of Caleb Moen out front all alone. First full row is going to be the 128 of Willing and C71 of Jensrud. Row 2, it's the X of Residlo, 28 of Hale. Rest of the field going to follow in tow behind them. Making sure everyone is in their correct restarting order here before we get back to green flag racing action. 1 lap down, 19 more to go. Gonna tighten it up in 3 and 4. Green flag flies, and away we go. Jensrud down to the inside. Moen with the switchback from the outside, tucks down to the inside, back up in the lead. Jensrud sitting in second. Hale's now up to that third place spot. Subert Residlo in the mix as well. Residlo's trying to hold on to that fourth place spot. Moves up past Subert, setting his sights on Hale now. Out front all alone, it's still the 88 of Moen. The C71 of Jensrud holding on to that solid second place finish. Residlo and Hale side by side. Residlo taking that low line. Hale at the top. As Hale's got issues, he's off the pace. Everyone trying to void around him. As Hale tries to get down to the inside, it is going to draw the caution. Not quite sure what happened with Hale, though. Saw some sparks coming out of the bottom, out of the side. All of a sudden, loss of power. Everyone trying to avoid him. I think I saw the 99 of Subert get stuck decently behind him. Lost a couple positions there. So now we'll realign everyone up. New starting lineup. We'll have Moen still out front. Jensrud on the inside of that first full row alongside the X of Residlo. Then it's the 99 of Subert on the inside of that second full row alongside the 26P of Jackson Peters. Moen, Jensrud, Residlo, Subert, Peters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gonna tighten things up here. And should be back to some green flag racing action. I believe next lap. Looks like we're going to give it another couple laps here just to make sure everyone is in their correct restarting order. We're a quarter of the way through this race. Looks like we had some moving around that needed to be completed there in the middle of the field. Marshall Willing in the 128, the 88 of Caleb Moen, and the C71 of Jensrud were your heat race winners earlier today. Moen and Jensrud out front leading it. Green flag flies, and Moen leads the pack into 1 and 2. Jensrud taking that low line. Peters tries to take the extreme high line, doesn't quite work in his favor. He bobbles a few spots back. Out front, it's still Moen and Jensrud 1 and 2. Residlo fresh off a broken rib, holding on to third. Newville now getting into the mix in the 22 as he's up to fourth. Now backslides to fifth as Subert makes his way by on the outside there. It's Moen, Jensrud, Residlo, Subert, Newville 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Residlo liking to take that lower midline. Moen and Jensrud opting to take that extreme high line. Subert doing all sorts of snaking maneuvers, trying to get up beside someone, slides to the side, loses control a bit. I watched him snake through about 6 different competitors there, was doing pretty solid and just took a turn a little too sharp, lost the rear end and couldn't quite find it, as now we've got 2 piled up in turns 1 and 2. Looks like that is the 22 machine of Brendan Newble, along with the 7G of Jackson Gray. Track crew on the scene, gonna try to get them unhooked super quick. Taking a quick look to see what may have happened there. Looks like Newville actually got locked up with Subert. Got him all sorts of wonky into 1 and 2, which is probably what caused that caution as well. So now we're going to get them relined up once again. A few more laps off the books. But it's still Moen out front all alone. Jensrud and Residlo still holding on to that 2nd and 3rd place restarting position. The 26P of Peters moving back up into that 2nd full row. And it looks like we will be opting for a single file restart, I believe. Just as I say it, they take Delaware double file restart formation. So we'll give them a couple more laps to get everything situated there while we have a moment. Time to send a shout out to a few more of our sponsors for the season. Snap-on, Fleet Farm, and Ace Hardware all along for the ride, along with Irvington Garage Towing, Southside Body and Bike, Kaler's Diesel Repair, TMS Auto and Tire, Quality Auto Body, Eau Claire Diesel Service, HT Automotive, and A&M Fiberglass Manufacturing. Got to give a huge shout out to all of the teams over there for joining us for the 2025 racing season here at Thunder Hills Speedway. Happy to have them along for the ride and looking forward to what next season will bring as well. Lineup is starting to look a little bit closer to what we're looking for. The 22 of Newville is back up there. I also see the 99 of Subert making his way back up. Looks like he will be getting his spot back, as it must have been the caution in turn 2 that brought about it. So Subert will be back up to 5th. .46G of Jiragi moving up, along with the 7G of Jackson Gray into their correct restart positions. Out front, though, old tried and true, the 88 of Moen, the C71 of Jensrud, and the X of Residlo. All holding on to those front 3 spots. Green flag is out, and away we go. 12 laps left to go in this 20-lap main event. And it's Moen, Jensrud, Residlo, 1, 2, 3. Moen up into the wall, almost gets passed by Jensrud, but he's able to hold on to it. He is pushing that car to the limits. Keeps hitting the top line. Jensrud now doing the same, gives Residlo a chance to move by him, along with Subert getting up into the mix as well. That extreme high line working pretty well, but they start to catch that lip, get a hook on the wall there, and it's drawing them back. Moen out front, able to hold on strong, but we have another caution on the front straightaway. This time it looks like it's the 100 of Alyssa Eddy looping it, coming out of turn number 4 onto the front stretch. So we know the drill. We'll take a few laps here, make sure everyone is correct in their restart order. And while we have this moment, might as well finish off the last of our sponsors. Goodrich Trailer Sales, Dick's RV, AirTech Sports, and Keys Chevrolet along for the ride, along with DEC, Dunn Energy Cooperative, and Synergy Cooperative. Happy to have them all along for the 2025 season. We couldn't do it without our sponsors. So make sure when you're out in the community and you see them out there, give them a shout out. Thank them for joining us for the 2025 racing season. And give them the support that they have given us. Tightening up, looks like we might have a good starting lineup through 3 and 4. Green light is out. Halfway through, let's see if we can make it. Moen, Residlo, Jensrud, 1, 2, 3. Subert and Neuville just outside, still in the top 5. Jensrud able to slightly make his way by Residlo there to take possession of that second place spot. Bumps and bangs a little bit coming out of 4, but he's still holding on to second. Moen, in the meantime, pulling away from the rest of the field. Putting a nice little gap there as we have another caution. This time it's the 10 of Henricks in 3 and 4. Two more laps down. As we see one car pulling off the track there. Couldn't quite catch a number on that racer. But out front, our 3 leaders, tried and true, still holding on. Moen, Jensrud, and Residlo, 1, 2, 3. Still seems as though Neuville and Subert are holding on to 4th and 5th. Give our racers a few more laps to get into their correct restart order. Things are looking good up front, tightening up the field. I believe we'll be going green, coming out of 4. Green flag flies. Fingers crossed we'll be able to do it in 8 laps. Moen out front. Jensrud trying to get a slight advantage there on that deep low line. Residlo still holding on to 3rd. And right as I say it, Subert's able to take the slight edge on the outside, move up to 3rd. Residlo back to 4th. Neuville still in 5th. Residlo's going to battle back though, take back that 3rd place spot over from Subert. He's got the low line, Subert's got the high line. They're both inching towards each other, trying to make their line work. Residlo still holding on to 3rd. Subert's got him coming on the straights. Residlo in the corners. Nice battle throughout the field there as well. Side-by-side action just at about every corner you look at. Out front, though, the battle still raging on for 3rd and 4th. Residlo has it. Subert wants it. 2 laps left to go. But out front, all alone, he has led almost every lap of this race. But we wanted to make sure we got at least one more caution in on this K&K Racing Micro Sprints class. Henrik's having some trouble in 3 and 4 there. Going to loop it once again. And it looks like he's going to get the push to the infield for the 2nd caution. Henrik's night has come to a close. Three laps left, and we will re-line them up. Single file restart. Green flag is out. It's Moen, Jensrud, Residlo, 1, 2, 3. Moen and Jensrud opting to take that extreme high line. Jensrud looking down low, trying to see if he might be able to gain a bit of ground on that battle for the lead. Moen, each lap, inching further and further ahead. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our racers. One final time through 3 and 4. Checkered is in his sights. Caleb Moen's a feature race winner tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Carter Jensrud in the C71 going to settle for 2nd. Paul Residlo with a powerful 3rd place finish. Subert and Neuville rounding out your top 5. But out front, led I believe every lap but the first. The 88 of Caleb Moen taking the win in the K&K Racing Micro Sprints class tonight and stuffing his pockets with an extra $200 of cold, hard cash. Moving his way into the Thunder Hill Speedway victory lane. He'll climb on out of his cart and give it up for your feature race winner, Caleb Moen! We'll give Caleb some time to celebrate that hard-fought battle out front while we give you your lineup for your Legends Direct Legend Cars main event. 10 racers going 20 laps around the Thunder Hill Speedway 6-mile oval. And on the pole, it's going to be the 59S of Hayden Schmuel leading the charge. To his right, the 49 of Aiden Erickson on the outside of row number 1. Inside row number 2, Davey Pinnell racing the 86, and the 19X of Kel Swenson on the outside. Inside of row number 3, it's Lily Fassbender in the 7, alongside the 33 of Derek Crumride. Row number 4, racing the 94, it's Levi Brewer, and to his right, the 4S of Chris Sleep. Row number 5, it's Keith Moline racing the 5X, alongside Cade Reisdorf in the 57. And in that 6th row, all alone, or on the inside, it's the 51 of Tim Franz and the 60 of Mark Brewer. 12 racers, 20 laps for our Legends Direct Legend Cars. Got some light track prep going on, just making sure everything is all good to go after that K&K Racing Micro Sprint class. Got our Legends Direct Legend Cars making their way out onto the Thunder Hill Speedway oval. Once again, it's Schmuel and Erickson in the front row. Pinnell and Swenson in 2. Fassbender, Crumrye in row 3. Row 4 is Brewer asleep. Row 5 is Moline and Reisdorf. Row 6 is Franz and Brewer. Lineup seems to be good. Green flag is out. And away we go. Schmuel gonna lead the charge through 1 and 2. Erickson in second. Pinnell holding on to that 3rd place spot, looking for a route around. The 7 of Fassbender moving up to the inside, trying to get into the mix as Crumrye goes around in 2. One lap in the books for our Legends Direct Legend Cars. So we'll get things all re-lined up in their correct restarting order. Delaware double file restart will have Schmuel out front all alone. Erickson and Pinnell in that first full row. Then it'll be Swenson and Fassbender right behind in 4th and 5th. 94 of Levi Brewer and the 4S of Sleep behind them. Through 3 and 4, green light is out. And Pinnell with a hard charge on the outside. Trying to get up beside Schmuel. Schmuel holding on strong, though, to that lead. Not going to let it go that easily. Sleep with the extreme high line as well. Thought that might work. Holding on to his spots there. As we're going 3 wide on the front stretch. Brewer, Swenson, and Fassbender all side by side battling for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Swenson up to sole possession of 4th place. Setting his sights on the 49 of Erickson out front. That battle is still raging for the lead. Schmuel has it. Pinnell wants it. He's been looking to the outside, to the inside. I see some slight bumping and banging. A little bit of a fender bender there, but they're both holding on strong to that lead. Pinnell's inching forward in the corner. Schmuel's got him on the exits. Is able to pull away slightly on the straightaways there. Little game of cat and mouse here. As we've now got a 4-car battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Before our next caution comes out. 4S of Sleep. Stalled up in turn 2. Looks like he might be needing a bump start. I think he's trying to signal to the track workers. He needs a little push there. There, we've got some track workers on his rear end. The gloves are off for Sleep, which can't mean anything good for him. I believe that's a show that his night has come to a close. Helmet's coming off as well. Track workers going a quick checkup on Sleep. Give him, I believe, the toe off the track. Another quick reminder about tomorrow's racing action. Night 2 of the Harvest Hustle coming at you Saturday, September 27th. Tomorrow afternoon, gates will be opening at 3:30. Cutoff's going to be at 5 p.m. Racing will start 1 hour earlier than what we had today, racing at 6 p.m. There we go. We've got Sleep's car all hooked up, being towed off the track. Down to the infield off the racing surface. That should have been enough time for our racers to get relined up in their correct starting order, so I believe we will be going green flag racing this time around. Coming out of turn 4, green lights are on and away we go. 3 wide into 1 and 2. Everyone with a nice hop. It's Pinnell on the inside. The 19 of Swenson on the outside. Swapping and swapping, moving around, but it's still Schmuel out front all alone, able to hold on to the lead through that 3 wide battle. Swenson back to third, Pinnell in second, Fassbender in fourth, Erickson in fifth. Ten down, 10 to go for our Legends Direct Legend Cars class. It's Schmuel, Pinnell, Swenson, Fassbender, Erickson, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Closest battle is for that 3rd and 4th place position. Getting a little flirty with 5th and 6th there. Erickson holding on to 5th, the 94 of Levi Brewer, trying to move it into 5th as the 19 of Swenson goes around. As Swenson moves to the back of the pack, new top 5 should look like this. Schmuel, Pinnell, Fassbender, Erickson, and now the 94 of Levi Brewer moving up into the top 5 from that caution. Schmuel out front all alone in this Delaware double file restart. Pinnell and Fassbender in that first full row, Erickson and Brewer in that second row as we give them one more lap to make their way around before we go green flag racing once again. 11 laps down, 9 left to go. Lights are on. Pinnell to the inside, Fassbender to the outside. But Schmuel holds on to the lead all by his lonesome. Pinnell with the slightest of advantages in second there. As we've got more bumping and banging at the rear of the field. 2 cars locked on the backstretch. The 51 of Tim Franz. Stalled on the backstretch, gonna get refired though. Schmuel, Pinnell, Fassbender, and Erickson, still your top 5. 3 and 4. Not gonna go green this time. Maybe we'll see it next lap. Lineup seems to be good. We're tightening up the field. Coming out of 4. Green flag is out. 8 laps left to go. It's Schmuel and Pinnell up front. Fassbender taking the outside. Brewer trying to step down to the inside. Now not finding any room there. It is still Schmuel and Pinnell 1 and 2 as now they slowly start to inch away from the rest of the field. Fassbender, Brewer, and Erickson now in a tight 3-car battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They have some company showing up behind them as well. Looks like that might be the 5X of Moline getting into the mix. Moline trying to pull up to the side of the 49 of Erickson. Out front, though, Schmuel now pulling away from the 86 of Pinnell. We've got about a 2 or 3 car gap in between our top 2 racers with 3 laps left to go. Two-car battle for 1st and 2nd, 2-car battle for 3rd and 4th, 2-car battle for 5th and 6th. Through 3 and 4, white flag is going to show its face. 1 more lap to go for Schmuel and Pinnell. Pinnell's tucking down low, trying to make a move there. Going to drive it in deep through 3 and 4. Down to the line. Schmuel's going to hold out and take the checkered flag. Pinnell is going to have to settle for 2nd. Fassbender rounds out your podium. Brewer and Erickson complete your top 5. But taking the victory lap around, it's the 59S of Hayden Schmuel. We'll let Hayden pull into the Thunderhill Speedway victory lane. Give him a chance to get his bearings straight. Remove his gear and climb out of his car. The brace is off. The helmet is off. And as he climbs out, let's hear it for your Legends Direct Legend car feature winner, Hayden Schmuel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after a long evening here, we have finally come to our final race of the night. $500 to win on the line for our Gopher Midget Racing Series. 6 racers on the inside of row number 1, the 7 of Caleb Moen out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, alongside the 57 of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin's Matt Rashek. Inside row number 2, Jack Berger piloting the 45 out of Lake Elmo, Minnesota. And to his right, the 85 of JP3. That's Johnny Parsons III out of Owatonna, Minnesota. Row number 3 sees the C71 out of River Falls, Wisconsin, Carter Jensrud. And on the outside of row 3, hailing from St. Peter, Minnesota, the 56 of Matt Johnson. 6 racers, 8 laps. Or I believe 6 racers, 20 laps for our Gopher Midget Racing Series. A main event here tonight. Caleb Moen fresh off a feature race win in the micro sprints class. Carter Jensrud finished second. Have both of these racers out there today. Going to see how this final race of the evening finishes things up. One final quick reminder, we will be back tomorrow for our final race of the 2025 Harvest Hustle. Not our final race of the 2025 season. We will be back October 11th on Saturday for the Bone Shaker Showdown. But for tomorrow, things start off an hour earlier than they did today. Gates open at 3:30, cutoff at 5, racing at 6. We're looking forward to seeing you all out there. We had a great showing in the grandstands today. Great showing on MBTV Sports as well. We're hoping to see you all. Make your way out here again tomorrow. If you're not able to make it though, just a reminder, we will be live streaming tomorrow's race as well. We'll hopefully be getting done much earlier than we did today, but we're excited to see you guys all out here again for tomorrow's day 2 of the 2025 Harvest Hustle. There we have our racers entering the track. Couple of these racers are fresh off their micro sprint race from 2 races ago, so taking a moment here just to make sure that everyone is settled and ready to go. I see 57 of Rashek out there, 45 of Berger. There we have Jensrud and Moen out on the track as well now. Once again, your lineup is going to look like this. Jensrud Moen on the front row. Rashek Berger on the second row. Johnson Parsons in the third row. Our way around the track one final time. I believe it's green flag this time by. Lights are out and away we go. Jensrud leading the pack into 1 and 2. The 57 of Rashek with that extreme low line. Moen bumping and banging. But we're all staying straight there. Slight advantage to Rashek that time by in second. Moen now back to third, but he's able to fight back, take over that second place position yet again on the back straight. Out front all alone though. It is still the C71 of Carter Jensrud. Starting to get a little single file there. Berger now holding on to 4th, Johnson in 5th. JP3 rounding out the field in 6th. 5 laps down in this 20-lap main event, and we are single file throughout the field. Jensrud with a nice pace out front, already with a full straightaway advantage over the 7 of Moen. Now this is the first time Moen has raced a Gopher Midget, and he is holding on to second in a stacked class. Fresh off his feature race win in the K&K Racing Micro Sprints class. Nice to see him out here with the Midgets as well. Nice side-by-side battle for third and fourth between Rashek and Berger. Rashek still holding on to third. Just as I say, it slides high. Berger now up to third place. Rashek back to fourth. And coming up on the rear of the field, the C71 of Jensrud, putting on a clinic in this class, pulling away from the rest of the field. Halfway through, and about a half lap lead over the 7 of Moen, who in turn's got a full straightaway advantage over the 45 of Berger and the 57 of Rashek. A little bit of space back to Johnson and JP3 holding on to those rear 2 spots in the field as Jensrud pulls up on that battle for 5th and 6th. Using that extreme high line, he's going to make his way around the lap traffic. And will split the difference, cut down low, gets through them with ease. Sets his sights on that next group up front. That would be Berger and Rashek battling it out for third and fourth. Jensrud slides down low, gets past Rashek. 2 laps left. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Carter Jensrud, as he is lapped up through 4th place already. Checkered flag flies. Carter Jensrud takes the win. He wasn't able to do it in K&K Racing Micro Sprints, but he gets it in the Gopher Midget Racing Series class. Moen gonna settle for second. Berger gonna round out your podium. Then it's Johnson and Rashek rounding out your top 5. Quick victory lap from the man, the myth, the legend, Carter Jensrud. Then we'll see him pull in for the final time tonight into the Thunderhill Speedway victory lane for one last celebration on night number 1 of the Harvest Hustle. Give it up for your feature race winner, Carter Jensrud. He deserves to celebrate his feature race win, and everyone here deserves to have a good rest of their night. Like we said, we will be back tomorrow. Gates open at 3:30, cutoff at 5, racing at 6 p.m. Thank you to everyone in the stands and everyone live streaming on MBTV Sports for sticking with us during this late night, but we're happy to have you all, and we're more than excited to see you tomorrow. On behalf of Chad and everyone at Thunderhill Speedway, Matt, and the team here at MBTV Sports, my name is Zach Bailey, thanking you all for coming out tonight, and we will see you tomorrow for night number 2 of the Harvest Hustle. Good night, everybody.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Toe Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Toe Pro has made that happen.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellersells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages,